Most of the time when we perceive danger, we respond appropriately. Like when we see a dangerous animal, we run away without even thinking. Once we're safe, we may clearly think of a strategy for avoiding the danger. But religion comes along and hijacks this system by teaching us to be afraid of supernatural things. One of the top complaints we hear at Recovering from Religion is the fear of hell or Armageddon. Interestingly, it is the specific hell preached by their particular religion. For example, Muslims are not afraid of Christian hell. Christians are not afraid of Muslim hell, but both are terrorized of their own hell. However it is portrayed, the fear of hell is often debilitating. It prevents people from living healthy and happy lives and is often misunderstood by therapists and those who are not raised religious. Fear of hell and similar ideas are just as strong as the fear of snakes or other more rational fears, because the limbic system has been hijacked in the service of the religion. It does not serve the individual, but it does serve the purposes of the religion to keep people locked into the religion and motivated to proselytize and save others from hell. That is largely why Christians want to save you. What are they saving you from? From the hell they believe their God created for them. And you, of course. I have a t-shirt I like to wear. I didn't wear it today. It says, "I'm going to hell in all religions." I should have worn it, but I wanted to have my Recovering from Religion shirt. I am going to hell in all religions, and all of you are too, by the way. Once the limbic system is trained, it's very hard to change. The presence of irrational perceived fears is a possible sign of trauma. Not only fear of hell, but fear of demons, fear of demonic forces, and the dangers of secular people and science. Many religions are truly afraid of us. We are evil in their eyes. That's why we are listed in the United States as the most hated group, seculars and atheists, most hated group in the United States. That's interesting. Once the limbic system is trained, it's very hard to change. The presence of irrational fears and a possible sign of trauma, not only of hell, but all those other things I mentioned. Let me next explore another system, and that is the disgust system. Please turn, I want you to turn to somebody next to you, and I want you to identify one person as person number one, and the other person is person number two. Go ahead and do it right now. It's a simple little experiment we're going to do. And I want you, person number two, your job is just to observe. Don't do anything. Okay, person number one. You got it? I want you to imagine holding a shiny, juicy red apple in your right hand. So get it in your right hand right now. Bring your hand up to your mouth and take a big bite out of your imaginary apple. Then realize it's rotten inside and there's half a worm left. Okay, number two people, observe. Make a note of the face you just saw. That is the face of disgust. We all have a disgust pathway in our brain. It's designed to do two things: to stop us from eating bad food and to send a signal to others about that food so they don't eat it either. When seeing disgust in another person, your brain registers that disgust. You may even have felt like spitting the imaginary apple out and you didn't even bite it. I'm talking to you, person number two. Anybody feel like spitting it out? Okay, I had a few people. It works really well, but it works really well in person number two as well as person number one, because our brains are programmed to respond to disgust in other people. There's lots of experiments in psychology about this. Have you ever noticed how frequently religious people use the language of disgust? Have you ever heard them say gay people are disgusting? Have you ever heard a woman or a girl that's had an abortion is sickening? Have you ever heard that masturbation is filthy? Have you heard people say watching porn is revolting? I'm sure you've heard these, probably heard many more from religious people and politicians who are influenced by religion, of course. So religion hijacks our disgust pathway. So that the pathway that keeps us from eating poisonous food is instead used to make us reject people who behave in ways that go against religious dogma. The disgust is most often paired with sexual behavior. The result is that LGBTQ kids are told they're disgusting. Women are called damaged for having sex outside of marriage. Teenagers are told their natural urges to masturbate are disgusting. And girls are told that having sex before marriage will taint them and ruin their marriage. If you've been exposed to purity culture, I'm not telling you anything new. By hijacking our disgust pathway, religion makes people hate their bodies, as well as their natural urges and desires. Instead of learning age-appropriate sexual ideas and behavior, children and teenagers are hammered every day with religious purity culture nonsense, which ultimately interferes with healthy sexual relations as adults, often resulting in sexual trauma. Let me read a quote, direct quote from one of our clients that called into us. Here's what she said. I had years of religious training, sermons, youth camps, teaching the evils of sex, my body being responsible for men's lusts, and so much more. I got married to the first man that showed an interest in me so I wouldn't be tempted to sin. After marriage, our sex life was a disaster. I don't know how we managed to have 2 kids. I don't blame him, but our marriage should have never happened. Even today, I have desire and sexual urges, but I get paralyzed at the thought of having sex. I haven't even tried to date a man since my divorce 8 years ago, even though I would really like to have a life partner. That's a 34-year-old client recovering from religion. You think she might have some sexual trauma there? I haven't diagnosed her. I haven't met her. I can't diagnose her remotely, but it sure sounds like it. The third area, this is a very important area, is attachment. As a social species, attachment is critical to normal development. Research on attachment going back 60 years documents the devastating results on children when they have no secure attachment in their lives. An orphan or a foster child with disruption in their early development often becomes an adult with serious difficulties in developing healthy relationships and navigating the social world. Children require the warm cuddles and nurturing touch of a caregiver, and all that goes along with feeling secure and safe in the world. Religion has taken this important attachment system and hijacked it for its own purposes. Music is an especially powerful medium, and songs throughout church hymnals encourage believers to trust in the Lord, assure them that Jesus loves the little children, and reminds them that they're safe in the everlasting arms of Jesus. How many of you have been exposed to those songs? We've got a few Protestants here. Catholics don't get those songs usually. Catholics have their own versions, though. But it's not just music. I could show you many images from religious literature and art that illustrate Jesus protecting children or adults. Religion uses the language and methods of attachment to get our brains attached to the religion, often at the cost of normal human attachment. Sadly, many parents choose religion over their own children. Who among you would choose your local free thought group over your own child? It sounds absurd, doesn't it? Yet tens of thousands of parents in the U.S. choose their church over their child every day, including Jehovah's Witnesses who let their children die because they will not allow them to have a blood transfusion. Millions of parents around the world disown their children in the name of their religion. My friends, that is attachment. I don't know how else to explain it, but that is attachment. But in this case, attached to a religion. It is the clearest proof that the brain has been infected with religion and the attachment system hijacked for the benefits of that religion. Those infected by religion claim that the church is their refuge. It's a community they could never leave. People often feel very deeply about their God, their Jesus, their Allah, their Creator. One famous Christian hymn even says, "He walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own." Is that attachment language? Hell yeah, it is. When an attachment system is hijacked and focused on religion, the victim may be captured for their entire life. Recall the saying of the Jesuits, "Give me the boy till 7, I will give you the man." They've been doing that for 500, 600 years. Let me add an idea that this notion of a personal God, you've all heard it. I'm not religious. I have a personal relationship with Jesus. You've heard that one, right? Okay. That concept is really powerful because it gives the brain something to attach to. That's why you hear many Christians say, "I'm not religious. I have a personal relationship with Jesus," or "I have a personal relationship with God," or "I have a personal relationship with Allah." Over the years, I've heard hundreds of people say, "I miss Jesus." Even though I know now he was never real. But they felt a real attachment to this imaginary being. Just as they may feel a real attachment to a deceased relative long after they're gone. I can still feel attached to my mother, who's been dead for 15 years. People actually go through a grief and loss process when losing their relationship with Jesus or Allah or any personal God. But keep this in mind. The notion of a personal God is key to infecting people with religious and creating religious trauma. So I've discussed these 3 neurological pathways: the limbic system, the disgust system, the attachment system, so that we can better understand what gives religion so much power to capture and control entire populations. So let's look at 3 primary complaints that we hear from clients at recovering from religion. Number 1, fear of hell or Armageddon. Number 2, sexual shame or dysfunction. And number 3, fear of isolation or loss of relationships. These 3 complaints comprise at least 90% of all the people who call in to us. If we match these 3 complaints to what I've just talked about, we can see that fear of hell deals mainly with the limbic system. Sexual shame and dysfunction are related primarily to the disgust system. These are independent systems within your brain. 3, fear of isolation has to do with attachment or loss of attachment. So we can match these up with the primary complaints that we get recovering from religion. I'm saying 90%. It could be higher, but I know it's at least that many. If one or more of these 3 I just identified is deeply indoctrinated into a young person or a vulnerable adult, it often disrupts their ability to function. In many cases, we call this trauma. When an adult wakes up frequently with night terrors about hell, or a child can't stop worrying about their whole family disappearing in the rapture and they're being left behind, or a couple cannot consummate their marriage after 3 years because the shame they learned in purity culture, it looks a lot like trauma and is often undiagnosed. So let me bring this together with one more concept. I think you'll see with this concept, this all kind of comes together in a major concept. It's bad enough that religion imposes these kinds of psychological burdens on those it infects, but there's yet another consequence, and I'm going to call this detachment anxiety. Don't look this up because I made the word up myself. Hopefully it'll get out there in the real world, but I mean detachment anxiety. We've all heard about attachment. We've heard about other kinds of attachment issues. I'm not going into the details there. But one of the most devastating psychological treatments that you can impose or visit on a person is social isolation. Forced social isolation, whether torture or discipline for a child, is experienced at the deepest levels through loneliness and social disorientation. Recent research that came out in Scientific American found that people, quote, people who are forced to be isolated for only 10 hours crave social interactions in a similar way as a hungry person craves food. This was established through MRIs. The responses in the brain were almost identical to that of fasting person seeing images of food. And that is after only 10 hours. What if the isolation involves being totally cut off from friends and family for years or forever? If you've been seriously attached to your religion, leaving religion comes with risk of serious social isolation and dislocation. It also comes with the difficulty of detaching. Detachment is terrifying. Many people want to leave their abusive religion, but the cost looks too high. The thought of losing their entire community and support group triggers a fear response in the limbic system such that they find themselves running back to read their holy book, pray frantically, or seek counseling with their religious leader. We at Recovering from Religion are very familiar with this pattern. It's the pattern of an abused child who is terrorized at the thought of losing their abusive parent. The abused spouse who cannot find the internal strength to detach from their abuser, or the abused victim that keeps going back to their abuser. It's a very common pattern in psychology. So detaching after years of attachment is itself a potential source of trauma. People often tell us that leaving religion was one of the darkest periods of their life. But once they were past the detachment phase, they were happier than they knew they could possibly be. Religion spends, I saw some heads nod on that. Has anybody found that? Okay, I found some people who agree with that. Religion spends a lot of time teaching people how evil the secular world is. Is it any wonder that people are hesitant to leave? To walk into that dark tunnel not knowing if there will be light at the other end. Unfortunately, not everyone makes it through the tunnel to the other side. The loss, loneliness, fear, sense of shame can and do create trauma. While people may have had trauma from their religion, leaving piles on a whole new level of stress that triggers the limbic system into a never-ending loop of fear, loneliness, anger, social isolation, and hypervigilance, which I mentioned earlier. This can be characterized as detachment trauma. And we see this in a lot of people who are leaving religion. They're actually having more trauma having left religion than they would have if they'd have stayed in some cases. That is why many people would do well to go see a secular therapist who understands religious trauma and can help them move through this incredibly difficult process of deconstruction and detachment. And I'm preaching this because I want some therapists to hear this. Therapists don't realize what the detachment issues are, especially if they've never experienced it themselves. This is one of the reasons I created the Secular Therapy Project back in 2012 to find licensed secular evidence-based therapists. For more information, drop by our table and we can give you some brochures on it. In recent years, we've been hearing a term, spiritual abuse. How many of you have heard the term spiritual abuse? Oh, okay, not a lot of you. Okay. Well, it's a term that seems to be getting more and more popular. It's a term that religious leaders and religious therapists, like to use to avoid the unpleasant reality that it's not one bad apple. It's not one abuser. It's an entire religious organization that creates the conditions for trauma. The term spiritual abuse conveniently sidesteps the role of the church, the temple, the mosque in setting the conditions for abuse and trauma. This term is often used by therapists and religious leaders who refuse to take a hard look at their own beliefs and supernatural ideas. Where spiritual abuse focuses on the perpetrator or the one bad apple, religious trauma focuses on the abuse by a whole religious community. In the case of a Catholic, Baptist, or any other church, of course, It's not a single priest or minister that abused children. It took an entire organization to hide, deny, and protect the perpetrators for decades. Religious trauma rarely comes from a single perpetrator. Rather, it takes a whole community, church, mosque, or temple of religious believers to create the religious trauma which is inflicted on the entire community. Some people may escape the trauma, but most will experience harmful effects of years of captivity within a religious system. I ask those of you hearing me today to challenge the idea wherever you encounter it. Consider the source using the term spiritual abuse and ask, why are they afraid to put the focus on religion? From whence the abuse inherently comes. Sure, religious individuals abuse others, but that person was indoctrinated and given the tools of the abuse by the religion. Now let's talk about intergenerational trauma. So far, we have discussed trauma at the individual level, but I would suggest that there's remarkable evidence of this trauma being transmitted across generations. And the evidence is right under our noses in the Christian hymns that people have sang all their lives. Let me give you a few examples. I think you probably heard some of these. Have you ever heard of Amazing Grace? Let me finish it for you. Sing of my worthlessness and deserving of eternal punishment. That's what Amazing Grace is. Jesus loves me. I am weak, but my abuser is strong. Think about that. Trust and obey my abuser. The Lord is my salvation from hell. He created for me. There is power in the blood. That was my granny's favorite song. But if you really read the words, it means I'm just a willful, worthless child deserving of punishment by my master. The words are incredibly horrible. How can people sing songs like this except through the lens of trauma? Just as an abused child sees their abuser, the abused by their caregiver, as normal, children go back to their abusive parents. So does the religious person see the abuse by their deity as a natural and normal thing. I would suggest that there's trauma embedded in most religious individuals, families, and institutions. How can there not be trauma in a Muslim woman whose family has lived for centuries oppressing women and threatening them with physical violence for expressing themselves? How can there not be trauma in a Mormon family with a gay child after they have lived 4 generations under the sexual repression of Mormonism? How can there not be trauma in the young Baptist woman who is forced to go in front of her church and confess that she had sex before marriage? We hear these kinds of complaints all the time at Recovering from Religion. This is one generation visiting trauma on the next generation. It is a pattern I hope we can stop before future generations are infected. Let me leave you with a quote from Resmaa Menakem, therapist and author, that ties our subject together, I think, in a profound way. I think you have to listen and think about this quote a little bit, and then in light of what I've talked about. Trauma in a person, decontextualized over time, looks like personality. Trauma in a family, decontextualized over time, looks like family traits. Trauma in a people, deconstructed and decontextualized over time, looks like culture. According to my research and experience, it looks like religious culture. Thank you for your attention today. If you need or want more information or help, please visit us at the Recovering from Religion table. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Be sure to stop by the table for Recovering from Religion and learn more from Daryl. Let's give him one more round of applause. That was great. We are, at this point, going to take a short 15-minute break. We're going to resume at 1:10, roughly, with our authors and podcasts panel. So take some time, visit the community tables, check out the great groups assembled today. If you donated more than $25 or 25 or more, help yourself to the hospitality tent. It's the one with the little windows over there. There are some snacks and drinks and things inside. Speaking of supporting our event, a shout out to some of the people who've really come through this year. We've got Robert Nicholson, Wayne Orgar, Nick Gray, Kimya Lambert, Robert Poschel, Benjamin Wade, Alexis Record, Nancy Sneed, Joseph Morrow, Will Scharf, Heather Ann Dawson, and Gerald Bachman. Let's give them a round of applause for their help today, too. Thanks, y'all. I'm going to return here after the break, but in the meantime, take 15 minutes and explore. Thanks. Okay, everyone, welcome back. There's some great organizations tabling today. I hope you got to go take a look around, and you'll get to do that again throughout the day. And on the live stream, hello again. Welcome back. Coming up in just a second, we're going to get to our authors and podcast panel, and then following that, we'll have our scholarship winners. But first, we want everyone to know about a new website, naturalview.org. This site focuses on believers who are thinking about leaving their religious worldview and joining the neutral view of scientific understanding and critical thinking. The site's mission is to be a resource for people reevaluating or deconstructing their faiths, and it's full of great podcasts and other resources as well. You can check out their table today here or visit naturalview.org to learn more. I know I just said or, but really you could say and. You could check out the table and visit their website. So let's all thank the sponsors as well one more time. The Brights, the Center for Inquiry West, and Sacramento's Atheists and Other Freethinkers. Thank you. And speaking of great podcasts, it was a great transition for myself, and other resources. Join me in giving a warm welcome here to our panelists of wonderful authors and podcasters. We're here to share some stories with you and answer your questions. So we've got Mark Kearns, Mark Kearns, J. Scott Coatsworth, Lydia Smith. Sorry, your name's not on our list. Thomas Smith. Great. And then myself, of course, I'm on the panel of podcasters, I guess. Trace Dominguez. And, of course, to moderate our panel is, like I just said, Thomas Smith. He's from the excellent podcast Serious Inquiries Only. Sorry about that. And Opening Arguments. Thomas's podcasts are about science, politics, and philosophy, and even a little bit about parenting. So, Thomas, take it away. Yep, I'm going to give you this. Oh, I love it. There you go.
Thanks so much, Trace. Yeah, hello, everybody. How's it going? Happy Free Thought Day to you. Peace be upon, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm excited to be back again and talk with some interesting folks today. Try as I might, I am trying to find a through line of everybody here. I don't know. We've got, we got podcasts, sure, podcasts and authors, but so many diverse topics that I think I'm looking forward to just maybe we'll kind of introduce ourselves and get to talking, and then we can find a through line because there's a lot of varied interests here. I can't wait. Well, who wants to start? Who wants to start with an introduction to you and your work? Shall we go maybe from the far side there?
Hello. My name is Mark Kearns. For 35 years, I was the legal editor at a magazine called Adult Video News, which is referred to within the porn industry as the Bible of the porn industry. And my particular interest was the law as it regards porn, because before that I used to be a court reporter. So, I learned a lot about the law there. And so I started writing about that for the magazine, known best as just AVN. And what I realized was eventually was how much religion affects sexuality. For instance, I see everyone here is dressed. Why? It's very hot out there. But the reason you're dressed is religion. Because if you weren't dressed, the cops would come and bust you. Unless you were at a place where it's particularly allowed, like a nudist colony. So, so these are, and for instance, how many people here have hurled an insult at someone which was fuck you? What? But fucking...
Me, I'll say, nobody else is going to say me. I've definitely done that.
Okay. So the question is, why? Because fucking is fun. Shouldn't it be unfuck you? The famous psychologist Dr. Albert Ellis certainly thought so, because he wrote about it in the magazine The Realist back in the early 60s. So religion, it turns out, affects just about everything having to do with sexuality. And that kind of bothers me because I think sex should be free and enjoyable, between people who want to do it. And which, oddly enough, describes the porn industry, which is what I say I've worked in for a very long time. You're going to cut me off when you're when I
Oh,
should, right?
absolutely not. I'm
Okay.
trusting you to cut yourself off. No.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Okay, I'm cutting you off. Stop talking. No, do it.
Anyway, so I wrote this book, Preachers versus Porn, Exposing Christianity's War on Sex, spelled SEXXX, because it's about porn, a lot of it. I have gone to, for instance, I went to an anti-porn conference, which was put on by some very, very religious people in Kentucky in the year 2000. I've also gone to conservative political action conferences in D.C. And also the Value Voters Summit, all of which are they're conservative politically, but they're also all anti-porn. And these are people who propose the weirdest laws. For instance, there was a law that the Free Speech Coalition, which is the trade association for the adult industry, fought against in the late 80s, late 90s or early 2000s. And it was a law which criminalized any depiction of young people participating in sexual activity. So it didn't matter if it was animated, cartoons. Didn't matter if it was, simply people who looked young. If you looked young, you could have been busted under this law. Fortunately, the Free Speech Coalition got it taken care of, and so you can still watch porn today. Let me see, what else do we got here? Because what people don't seem to understand is sex is the single most important human activity, because without it, there are no humans. So it certainly makes sense to celebrate sex. It certainly makes sense to show other people how to do sex maybe more enjoyably. And, and these are all the things that Christianity is against. They're worried about young kids like 11 or 12 years old seeing people having sex on the internet or, a DVD or something like that. And there's nothing wrong with kids seeing other people having sex. What is wrong is when their parents are too dumb or too hung up to explain to the kids what they've just seen and why they might not want to do it for a few years yet. But the point being that most parents, I don't know if I can say most parents, but certainly most religious parents, just get all crazy if they think their kid has seen some porn, in part because their own thoughts, about sex are so tied up in their religion that they can't look at it rationally.
All right, well, we can leave some porn talk for later. Don't worry.
Sounds good.
And I would also like to assure you that you don't need religion to not want to see my pasty skin without my shirt on, so that requires no religion to want me to cover up. So, Scott, if you don't mind, take it away.
Okay, well, you kind of stole my line there. I was just going to say I've reached an age where I don't think anybody here wants to see me without clothing, so... Yeah,
Amen. Well, we can start a new religion that's about that.
There we go. So I am a sci-fi fantasy author from Sacramento. I write mostly hope punk, hopeful sci-fi. I run a company with my husband Mark here called Other Worlds Inc., and we just recently published Transform the World, which is a bunch of stories about how we might change the culture, the government, the society in a way that makes it better. And they all have pretty much happy endings. So I will go and pass on to you.
Hi there, my name is Lydia Smith. I am a podcaster. This is a recent career change for me, actually. Prior to podcasting, I was working for state government, but decided to make the switch over with our newest project with my husband, Thomas Smith, called Wither Woke. And it's a podcast where we debunk all the anti-woke conspiracy theories. We did a fun episode about the worker coming for your pizza ovens in New York City and debunked that. But what really kicked it off was the naming controversy around the James Webb Space Telescope, which we refer to as the Jelescope Space Telescope. Because
In our household. Yeah.
In our household, yeah, throughout time. So we really focus on what are these stories, what misinformation is coming from them, and what actually is going on, what's behind, what's the story behind the story, and hopefully trying to correct some of those wrong beliefs and change some hearts and minds along the way.
And then, hello, I'm Trace Dominguez. You've seen me around. I'm a science communicator. I have a podcast called That's Absurd, Please Elaborate, where we take silly questions from our audience, and we answer them with science. So we got a 5-year-old who asked how long it would take to build a Lego replica of the sun. That was a very fun question to answer because we only make a few billion Lego pieces a year, so it would take like longer than the age of the universe to construct that. But it was very fun to kind of dig into the science behind it. And so the reason I mentioned in my remarks the history of pizza is someone asked why people don't like pineapple on pizza, which was really a question about why different people taste different things in different ways. So it's really fun podcast. It's myself and another science communicator, Julian Huguet, and we have a really nice time.
Well, that's excellent. Yeah, I think maybe one through line is obviously religion and kind of the closed-mindedness that can often come with that, taking away really fun things, I guess. I want to ask Scott, in your efforts to, as you put in your bio, to actually put queer characters into things, which is a change from, the mainstream, I guess. Have you ever run into protests, people being angry at you for, putting people who are in the world every day into your stories?
No, I haven't. I kind of wish I had because it'd sell more copies.
So should I tell some of them about your work?
Please. There you go. No, I've thought about sending Governor DeSantis a copy. For me, I take a kind of nuanced view of it because religion is one of the things that exists in the world, and it has been badly misused. It's caused a lot of terrible things in this world. I've also got some friends who are very religious who are some of the most wonderful people I know. So I don't include a lot of religion in my stories, and where I do, I tend to leave it more up as a question, a more kind of agnostic thing of like, maybe there's something out there, maybe there's some things we don't understand about the universe yet. But I don't feel like I'm at pay grade to figure that out. So I kind of more just pose a question. But yeah, I've never had a problem with the characters in the stories in terms of being banned or anything. I have had a few people that reviewed it and just said, oh, gay characters, yuck. But I don't know if that came from a place of religion or just, so.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Maybe I will tell some of those groups about, so they can get protesting. No, because I mean, you see, even today, what was it? Was it Little Mermaid where, they make like a black character and they're like, hey, mermaids aren't black. And you're like, I don't think scientists know that or not. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they be? Is there some reason?
Well, Jesus...
Yeah.
Jesus, Santa, and mermaids are all white. We've established this, I think.
It's this feeling that people need their stories to be the way they've always been or something. And I was interested in how you've kind of bucked that trend in your work. I mean, are there examples in when you were just a fan of sci-fi and reading where you thought like, hey, it would be nice if there was, a little diversity in this story, or could you talk about that at all?
Well, at risk of dating myself, I graduated from high school in '86, and there just weren't a lot of gay characters. There were a handful. There were a few that I read at the time, but there just wasn't much out there. Anne McCaffrey, who's one of my favorite writers, had her Green Dragon writers, which were gay, but you kind of only got little side things about that. You never really got a full-on character. So yeah, there was a real hunger for me growing up to see those characters in sci-fi. And there's a lot more of it now. I mean, you can find tons of fantastic sci-fi authors that deal with those characters. But it was a long time coming. So, yeah, I think when you're a kid, even if you don't see the kind of abuse for being gay or hear people talk to you about being gay, just the absence of it can be as hurtful. It's hard. Because when I was growing up, there wasn't much of anything out there. So it was a long time before I could kind of figure out who I was and then figure out how to kind of relate to the world.
Have you heard from people who have said, hey, that representation that I read in your story really mattered to me, really made a difference to see me represented?
Yeah, I get that. What I get a lot, my characters just tend to be who they are. We went through this period in the LGBT community, especially the gay writing community, where it was all about coming out. And then there was a period where it was all about HIV and AIDS. But a lot of people just want to see themselves in the story and not have to deal with the trauma, like we're talking about the trauma people go through. They just want to see people just being themselves in the story. And so that's kind of how I represent it, and a lot of people appreciate that.
So Lydia, I'm a big fan of your work.
You don't say.
Yeah. I was wondering if you might want to talk a little bit about what you teased about the James Webb Space Telescope.
Yes.
Yeah, just to clarify, we are huge fans of the telescope itself and the science that it represents, but
We wish it had a different name.
yeah, not big fans of the name. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. So, kind of what kicked off the premise of the show completely was an episode of the Daily podcast that came out where they were talking about, James Webb and his role in the lavender scare, and some group of people were really blowing it up and blowing it out of proportion and started going after, a black astrophysicist who said that
3, 4, 5 journalistic outlets who had requested information about it in kind of the dead of night, and that was the end of it. And it's a really disappointing chapter, but we learned a lot. Not all of it good, but also a lot of it very fascinating about the lavender purge and what people had to go through at the State Department and elsewhere. Government in the 50s, if they were at all perceived as in any way not straight, they were often kicked out of their job. Some of them committed suicide because of this. It's a very serious thing, and to see people not take it seriously was very disappointing. So with that said, Trace, I'll hand it over to you.
I just wanted to chime in on that
sure.
a little bit because I think you were mentioning earlier what the through line is, and I feel like the through line then goes through what Scott was saying, which is it's almost like the representation matters for the status quo. If you have people represented within the status quo who are maybe neurodivergent, who have various sexual orientations, various genders, various religious backgrounds or non-religious backgrounds, all of those things, then if people want the status quo to be maintained, include all of those things. Like, if we have them in the status quo already, then people will fight to continue to include them. Right now, we don't necessarily have them in the status quo, so people are fighting to continue to keep them excluded. And so the part of what I think you're doing and what Scott is doing, and also what Mark is doing, is saying, hey, let's include these things in the status quo so that we can all fight for their inclusion in the future.
All right, well, now transition over to... let's see.
And then I make a podcast where we answer silly questions. So,
So what's the yeah? I was gonna say, what's the through line to you in that? Is there anything in your work where that resonates for you?
I think for me, we try and answer questions that are ridiculous. Because similar to what I said in my remarks earlier, this is something that I've recently, in the last few years, come to really love, is that if we don't know something, that doesn't mean that it's bad, it's wrong, it's whatever. You know, we need to go and look into it anyway. And so we get these questions we have a fairly small audience. We've only had about 15 episodes so far, but we have like 100 questions from people already. And some of them, they were clearly high. And some of them, some of those were really good. One was one that we haven't done yet.
Like, why do we wear clothes?
Look, it's legal, Mark. Do what you want. We got one that says, what would it feel like to be music? And I'm like, I've been a science communicator for 10 years. I don't think I know how to answer that question. But it's fun because it helps us think about the world in a different way. We're basically adding that different perspective of all these different people and what they think. Because having been a science communicator for a long time, and I imagine y'all would echo, once you get into your little community of people who think the way that you think, it's not that you're stuck there, but that's your place. That's where you're starting, and that's your status quo, I guess. So it's nice to just bring in the audience and have them ask these questions that, like, what would it feel like to be music? I don't know. Like, I have to go and find somebody who can help us answer that now. And I think just by having it posed, they are all equally valuable to us. So we try and I did one the other day. What if horses were apex predators? It's like, I don't know. The farm would be a weird place. All the little kids' books of farming would be really interesting. So it's just like you never know what people are going to come up with, and I think that's really awesome because it just adds that variety, a little spice of it.
You know, Thomas and I were listening to your remarks earlier, Trace, and something that we reflected on was just the immense responsibility that folks have because people don't know, but they have a phone in their pocket, and they'll go look it up themselves, and they'll find something wrong, perhaps. And it's something that I think is really concerning. I was reading a study recently, actually, about science misinformation and how hard it is to change somebody's mind. It's basically impossible. Once someone has decided something, particularly in scientific disciplines, they will not change their mind about that. And I think we've seen that, through the COVID pandemic and everything. So I just want to highlight, if you have that platform, you have that opportunity to reach out to people if they don't know something and they're asking you those questions, to really do the best that you can to provide them accurate information and prevent potentially that slide into misinformation, because it's really hard to get people back.
Yeah, I wanted to say one of my favorite things about this event is the emphasis on science and how everything has to be repeatable and how important it is to be making decisions based on those things. My grandfather. Oh, there you go. My grandfather worked for Goodyear. He actually got to fly a blimp a few times, but he was a chemist, and he actually helped invent silly putty. So we were talking about this earlier. Unfortunately, didn't get the patent on it. It was for the company, so he didn't make any money on it. But he always impressed on me growing up the importance of it. He bought me a chemistry set, and I think I almost blew up the bathroom a couple times trying to mix things I shouldn't. He bought me my first computer. He bought me a magic kit. It wasn't so much about trying to make me be any particular kind of thing, but to have me have that wonder that you get with science and even with magic and try to figure out where my place was in the world. So I think that's so important. I love what you're doing with the podcast. It's really cool.
Yeah, actually, I had more to chime on that too, Trace, if you don't mind, because you mentioned neurodivergence too a second ago, and also in your intro, you talked about not being good at trivia. And I don't know if it's my particular brand of neurodivergence, but my brain likes to outsource a lot. And so once the internet came about and all the knowledge in the entire universe is contained on something else, my brain was like, okay, I don't need to know any of that then. I'm done. I can just unload all that. But the point behind this is, I wonder if we could talk about how much science is more a process. You know, science isn't, contrary to what's depicted in a lot of shows and a lot of media, science is not one guy knowing about, one usually white, angry old dude for some reason. He's always really mad. I don't know why they're so mad. Yeah. One guy knowing a lot of things. It's not that. You know, I don't know if you want to talk about it from your perspective, but apologies if you were wanting to chime in with something there too.
Not on this particular topic.
Back to porn with you. Is that what you're
Well, one of the things I've found fascinating is the difference between Hollywood and the porn industry. Now, in Hollywood, guess what? They make sexy movies. They make movies that apparently have two people having sex, and yet a lot of Hollywood people are very down on the porn industry because in that venue, people have sex. And, you know, and in Hollywood, they have these special, I forget exactly what they call them, but they're like people who are on the set.
Intimacy coaches.
That's exactly what it is. And, you know, and the question I have is why? Why is it so tough for a Hollywood actor to, let's say, have her breasts pressed up against the chest of someone else, be it a man or a woman, doesn't much matter. And also, earlier in my experience, I covered the set where they were making some Cinemax movies. And guess what? They were actually, some of the people on those Cinemax movies were actually having sex. They just didn't show it in the final product. So I always found that fascinating. And that's really all I had to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, sorry to push back, but I think intimacy coaches are desperately needed and are a result of a lot of the abuse that was discovered to be rampant in the industry. I mean, a lot of there's horror stories of old time. I mean, Marlon Brando, I think, literally sexually assaulted someone during the filming of a movie, and it just back then it seemingly did not matter. Unfortunately.
And so did Ron Jeremy during the filming of a couple of movies.
And so that safety aspect, I think, is very important and is a very valuable component of that.
Well, it is, but if I can take it a step farther, the question is, why are people hung up about sex? In other words, obviously all sex should be consensual, no doubt about that. But the question is, you know, if you're in a movie which has sexual content to it, and, you know, why is it, you know, and let's assume that you're not having actual intercourse on camera, which most of them don't, but the question is, why is it a problem if someone's breasts are shown or, you know, even their entire nude body? That strikes me as being a religious problem in the sense that, as I said earlier, religions are very much against obvious nudity. And, you know, and that carried over to Hollywood. And frankly, that saddens me. It says to me that the porn industry is a lot more honest than Hollywood is.
And it's interesting because I actually remember quite a bit of nudity in the Bible. So it's not really from the Bible. It's from the...
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think some of the role of the intimacy coordinator on set is really to help protect women too, because often, you know, I'll just speak from personal experience doing theater. I had an experience when I was in college where I played a wife to opposite a man who was much older than me. I think I was 17 at the time because I'm born in October. And so started college when I was 17. And he, we had our rehearsals and everything, and then he wanted to run lines. And it was, let's practice this kiss scene over and over and over without the director there. Let's try this, let's try that. And I said no, and pushed back. But I was by myself having to do that with someone who was like 23 at the time, my first show in college. And he ended up getting like really pissy about it and like refused to act as we were blocked in the scene as a result. And so I think intimacy coordinators, obviously that's a college production, much smaller time than a Hollywood movie. But the intimacy coordinator makes sure that there is support for both actors. I mean, they're the woman, the man, the non-binary folks, that they all feel supported should something occur that it makes them uncomfortable, and that whoever it is has backup on their side, someone to witness it, someone to identify what safety is and what appropriate conduct is in this place. So the focus is on the art and not being taken advantage of whoever the person is.
I should have said this earlier, but there is a mic right there, and so as we're continuing our conversation here, not to cut you off or anything, if you have a question for the panel, for anyone on the panel, please feel free to line up behind that microphone, and if not, I will continue talking about, of all things, intimacy coordinators that I didn't anticipate. Oh, go ahead.
Well, to back a little bit further, though, in the very early days of Hollywood, in the late 1910s, 1920s, early 1930s, you had that Hollywood was an orgy. I mean, there were people in there that they had orgies every weekend, and we're talking some major stars, and even beyond that, they have what was I going to say? Also in New York City, in the 1920s. The women, for instance, who worked at the Ziegfeld Follies, they would spend their evenings at the brothels that were run by a woman named Polly Adler. There's a very good book, a biography of her called Madam, and it tells you all about how sexual early Hollywood was and New York City was. And I found that fascinating.
Believe it or not, I think I can get this back to Scott. I was going to just try. Yeah, no. Because that thing that strikes me as you're saying that, about the orgies and all that, is that it is funny how much, if you just watched media from the time, you would think that the whole world or the country or whatever you want to say was just some, Barbie and Ken doll, sexless existence. And I think it does actually link back to this idea of portraying humanity in its fullness, which I think is something, Scott, that you like to do with your characters, having them be real. Because I can think of a lot of real stilted old sci-fi, back with just the original Star Trek. The whole thing was that embrace. There's an amazing Black Mirror episode, if anyone's seen it, somewhat recently, that sort of was a good stand-up of that parodied the fact that the big romantic gesture at the end of virtually every Star Trek was just that, that kiss, that sexless kind of Captain Kirk kiss. Is that something that you put in your sci-fi, or have you have you evolved from that?
Yeah, so it kind of goes back to like the Mary Tyler Moore show back in the 50s, where they had their separate beds, and nobody actually lived like that, but that's how it was portrayed. And then you jump forward to just a few years ago with Sense8, which is one of my favorite sci-fi shows, and this amazing interlinked orgy scene that is just nothing short of like multicultural and beautiful.
Mark, you'd love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to see it.
It's awesome. I find the thing with sex in stories, sex belongs in a story just like anything else when it's going to forward the plot. And that's, I'm obviously not topping erotica. It's erotica, sex is the story. So in most of my stories, a lot of them do have some kind of sex, but it's off-page sex. I very rarely feel in what I'm writing the need to kind of put it on the page, but it is important to show that these characters do have a sexual life, that they are relating to each other in that way. Because I'm a gay writer writing gay and other characters that are LGBTQ, that is important to be part of an aspect of the story. So I do try to include that wherever, again, it does actually forward the story, forward the relationship between the characters. So there are other people that I've got friends who have written full 5 and 10 page sex scenes. I've got a friend who did one between a demon and a centaur. and an actual sex table was required to little things.
I actually
with
do
them.
want the details with that.
Well,
yeah.
and like
Schematics, I
like
would say.
5
Yeah.
minutes of setting up the sex table. I mean, talk about foreplay. But yeah, so I mean, it's going to vary, especially when you get a little more on the romance side of things. But yeah, I think it's healthy to have that in your stories.
Well, once again, if anyone would like to ask a question, feel free to line up. But absent that, maybe I'll return to the point I was making toward you, Trace, which is this idea of science not as a trivia-esque recitation of facts, but as a process, and a process that can go wrong, but is hopefully self-correcting. I mean, I really I have enjoyed your descriptions of your show and what you're doing. It seems like the core process starts with that question and then going from there. Do you want to tell us any more about your process and kind of some of the...
Yeah,
tell us
sure,
about that.
sure. Yeah, I've been a science communicator for a long time. So I started with the Discovery Channel making YouTube videos. They did not care about us at all. I mean, they gave us money to make them, but we weren't like a priority within the company. So we could kind of do whatever we wanted. And we ended up making 3 videos a day, every day, for more than a year with a few different hosts and producers, but they were essentially a similar idea where it was like we tried to center it on a single question and figure out what little science we could look up, if any. So like, why do we have earwax, or why do dogs spin before they poop? Or we did have, Mark would like, does size matter, was our first video to cross 1 million views. And so it was just like, because, and yes, we were like, well, it doesn't matter. It does matter. It depends on any number of things. It's a personal thing. But also it was really fun to look at the science part of it. But we also would do videos about when science didn't work, because that's just as valuable in the narrative of science. We love to say like, oh, Einstein is the best. He knew he knew everything. You are an Einstein. You are a genius like him. And it's like, Einstein didn't know a lot of stuff. Like if you asked Einstein about like trees, he'd be like, I don't know what an oak is. Like he might not know all sorts of things, but we don't like to lionize people for things they don't know. But we don't know a lot of stuff, all of us. And so it's just like, it was fun to try and talk about scientists who had failed at things. Like Marie Curie is a great scientist. She also died because of the science she was doing, because she did not know it was killing her while she was doing it. And we celebrate her in part for that. That's part of her story. And her remains are kept, in a place that has to be shielded from radiation. It's just really, really interesting stuff. And there's like a whole podcast, I'm sure, somewhere about this, of just like scientists who failed their jobs or who didn't do the scientific method well. The thing is, though, the scientific method doesn't care. Like, the point is, you ask a question, you do your hypothesis, maybe your hypothesis fails, you learned something. Like, then you go back and you do another hypothesis. Or in modern academia, maybe you like try and figure out a way to make it work anyway. So my process has always been look and see what's out there. I try and, a lot of what we do is desktop research. And so we end up on Google Scholar, we end up on JSTOR, we end up on places where you can get scientific papers, call the academics. And we always Google the question we have, this good, this bad, this controversy, because you got to get out of your bubble. Otherwise, you end up just like, oh, well, I think that earwax is this, or I think that when dogs spin, they are doing it for this reason. So you want to try and figure out ways to search outside of your norm. And that's a really hard thing for a lot of people to do, especially when they first start doing science communication. Yeah.
Why do dogs spin?
They think it has something. Scott wanted to know, why do dogs spin? And they think that it has something to do with, I kid you not, if I'm remembering correctly, that video was almost 10 years ago. They have some magneto sensor, like a bird flying. They know which way is north, so they want to poop in a specific direction. And I'm not sure why. There's also theories that maybe they're trying to hide it, like they're looking for wind to try and hide it from any predators that might be out there. So there are any number of theories, but I think the best part is I like to end most videos, or mention in most videos I make, and I've made over 1,000, the words, more research is needed. I read it in a paper, I read it in lots of different scientific papers, and that's really the answer to a lot of my questions. And some of the commenters on our YouTube channel would be like, oh, it's just one of those more research is needed videos? And it's just like, yep, because we don't know it. We don't know. It was just great.
It really is so cool. My favorite thing about science, that's hard to say, but one of my favorite things is so much of of what drives it is just finding that correct that right question to ask at the right time. And sometimes it does sound ridiculous. Why are they spinning around? What? And honestly, maybe some of them are ridiculous, but you never know until you ask and until you research it. Oh, have we found a question? Oh, okay, yeah, please.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
So my question is, who are your favorite scientists?
We do have a board for that. I just want to point out, David's going to be very happy that I pointed out, but there's a board for that as well. Any of you here can put your favorite scientist and favorite scientific achievement. It's on like one of those 4th grade science boards. And who I put on there was Mae Jemison. She's an engineer, astronaut. She led for a while the 100-Year Starship project, which I think is amazing. It's the idea that we could send a spaceship to another star within 100 years. How we would do that, they were thinking about everything from like, well, that's more than one generation of humans. Is the person who's the mission director, is their kid the mission director? Or do we have to, within this population that we send, then find another mission director?
Just
Do we
send over a bunch
elect
of
them?
nepo babies, huh?
Right, yeah. So it's like just trying to think through all of the different problems that would come from this isolated group of humans going to another star and how they would set that up and how we would get them there and sustain them. And so I just thought that was amazing. And I mean, Mae Jemison's an incredible person in general, but that was when I was just like, oh my God, she's amazing.
There's
Favorite
so
science?
many amazing ones to choose from. Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't. I'll have to think about it. Go ahead.
So mine would be Carl Sagan, and there's a couple reasons for this. When I was a kid, the original Cosmos was on, and I love Neil deGrasse Tyson as well. But he was just this kind of honest guy that just got up there and talked astronomy. And I was convinced for a long time I wanted to be an astronomer until I found out there was math involved. And then I switched to astronaut, and then I found out there was like lots of physical dexterity stuff involved, so I ended up being a sci-fi writer. But my mother actually literally ran into Carl Sagan one time. We were at a thing called Planet Fest, I think 81, in Pasadena, where the Voyager 2 was doing a flyby of Saturn. And we actually, with the Planetary Society, got to go and watch at JPL as the footage came in, as they were taking all the moons and things. And he was doing some kind of panel, and she was walking down the hallway, and he came out the door, and they ran into each other. And she looked at this label and saw Carl Sagan, and looked up and there he is. So that's my other personal reason for liking him.
Yeah, I'd have to go with, it's picking a favorite is impossible, but along the lines of the conversation right now, I really love Richard Feynman for specifically the reason I was just talking about. The way he talked about just asking questions all day in his mind. He would just think of these questions that, again, you would just think some of them are so ridiculous, but often they reveal really fascinating things. My favorite thing is when you think of a question that, or I don't know if I ever have, but when someone thinks of a question that you think, okay, duh, that has an obvious answer, stupid question, and then you go to try to answer it and you're like, I don't actually know what the answer to that is, or if I do, I have no idea why that's the answer. And I remember Richard Feynman describing, it's been a while, but I remember in one of his videos he was talking about how he was trying to explain something in the dining hall of the institution he was at. There's some way that the light was coming off windows or something random like that. And I remember he said something to the effect that one of his colleagues was like, what you do all day? He's taking significant time out of his schedule to research something that may be completely pointless, or maybe not. Maybe it reveals another fascinating thing about quantum electrodynamics or something. So,
I'll be quick. My favorite scientist is Dr. Alfred Kinsey, who formed the Kinsey Institute, which just a few years ago released the International Encyclopedia on Human Sexuality, drawing together scientists from around the world who had studied sex and sex's effect on society. Interestingly, I have 2 articles in there on the porn industry, but he was really one of the first sex researchers, and a lot of you owe your sexual sanity, to the extent you have it, to Kinsey.
Just a quick thing on that, linking back to this status quo discussion as well. In our research on James Webb, a lot of the defenders of the history there, the Lavender Purge, again, awful discrimination against gay people, queer people of different stripes. A lot of the justification often is, well, they didn't know any better. Nobody knew any back then. That was just normal. They didn't know any better. Nobody knew anything about that. And to which, we point out, like, no, Kinsey predates this. Like, literally, the Kinsey scale, the thing that we've all probably heard of, predates the lavender perch. People knew, or the information was more than available. I think it's a convenient rewrite of history to say that nobody knew any better, and therefore it's okay when people initiated horrific acts of discrimination. And it's just not true. It's another easy out. Well, did you think of a favorite scientist, or no? She loves every science. But I'll tell you what, how about Phoebe? Our daughter Phoebe is probably my favorite scientist. Because she asks questions that are so good.
Yeah, I mean, when she was like 2.5, she was like, "Why are the mountains in the distance blue?"
Oh, that's my favorite. God, it's my favorite. She said, and she's so, you can see her face, she's like, how come when mountains get too far away, she said, they turn blue? And I was like, can you answer that? Could you guys just off the top of your head answer that? I had a guess.
While we're driving, too.
Yeah. The light scatter in different wavelengths scatter different amounts, of course. And but it's
then
great,
like have to communicate that to a 2.5, 3-year-old in a way that she would feel satisfied.
I have a 2-year-old. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
What's your strategy? Because what I do is I give them the full science, and I figure they'll either fall asleep or not care, or they might gather some of it. But it's so fun because you get to tell them, what do we do when we don't know something? We look it up. And it really does drive home the difference between knowing something and really knowing something. Like having access to information versus using that information. That's not something I would just think to look up randomly. Like, how does light scattering work? All that. But when you're asking those questions and you research tied to a specific question, it reveals things that you might not have otherwise learned. And I think kids really are the best scientists. Like, honestly, just naturally, if you let them be. I think we have just about reached our time. So I want to thank the panel so much. Appreciate you. And a round of applause for the panel. What do you think? Did I steal that?
I believe so. Yes, I believe you are released. I have to find out where I was. Okay. One more round of applause for our panel. That includes me, so thank you.
Thank you.
You can purchase the books that from our authors, by the way, here. And thanks again to Thomas for moderating. Dr. Darrell Ray from earlier also has books for sale, as well as a special guest author, Perry Lake. Don't forget to visit their tables and meet them. You can get your books signed as well. Speaking of writing authors, we are immensely proud to bring our next set of writers to the stage at California Free Thought Day to speak about our $3,000 scholarship prize winners. So please welcome Angela Garvey. And also thank you for your question. Round of applause for Angela.
Hello. So, back in 2017, when I joined the Free Thought Day Committee, I brought with me the idea of having us sponsor a scholarship essay for California high school students. From the first year, we had about a dozen applicants and a $250 award. We now have expanded our scholarship program this year to over $3,000 to include $1,000 for our California high school essay, a national haiku contest with 6 $100 winners, and this year add 2 awards of $750 each for a national video scholarship for the top videos showcasing a public service announcement on our Why is Science Education So Important theme. We've been able to achieve this growth through all of you and also sponsorship from Robert Nicholson and an anonymous donor. So thank you, Robert. Thank you, anonymous donor. And I'd also like to thank our team, Marie Bain, Jessica Gray, Ray Howard, and Ian Garvey on helping me score, if you can believe it, the 77 essays we received this year, 211 haikus posted, and 14 public service announcement videos. And I couldn't have done it without my team, so thank my team very much. So our high school essay winner this year, why science education is so important, is Alexandria Epting from Temecula, California. She is a junior at Great Oak High School, where she plays volleyball for the school. School, when I'm learning about biology, chemistry, or physics, I'm not just learning about equations and elements. I'm embarking on a journey to understand the very foundation of life. Learning about genetics, evolution, and reproductive health, I'm equipped with knowledge that
class, there are no girls except me. We need science too. I wrote this haiku because this year I've been attending college for 2 years. This is my second year in college now, and I've always known since I was young that I wanted to go into science, and I've also known that there's always been a lack of girls in science, but the reality didn't really hit me until
And how about some more love for our biggest sponsors today as well, as long as we're applauding a little bit? So, naturalview.org, Applied Office, the American Humanist Association, and the Military Association of Atheists and Free Thinkers. Let's give them another round of applause, please. This has been a great program so far. I hope you agree. Who's having a good time so far? Enjoying things, learning things? If you haven't yet, consider a donation to support the event. Whether you're here in person or you're on our live stream, your contributions make today and future years of California Free Thought Day possible. You can donate at our registration and sales canopy. It's by the sidewalk. You can also go to our website, freethoughtday.org. And there are also lots of speakers from today are on YouTube, so you can find them and subscribe. And follow us, Free Thought Day, on YouTube as well. We've got the last 5 or 6 years of Free Thought Day there. You can watch them. We're going to give everyone a 20-minute break to grab a snack, check out the exhibitors, and if you want to make a donation, be sure to visit the Science Alliance. That's doing science experiments over here. To my left, you can learn how they're bringing exciting science to your schools. And when we return, we've got live music from Abraham Mackey, our community panel, and one more award to present. So enjoy the exhibitors, and we'll see you in about 20 minutes.
This one or?
You look so wonderful in your dress. I love your hair like that. And in the moment I knew you better. If I could build, like really build a good, you'd probably look a little bit better than you and be a couple inches bigger. If I could build a man, like really build a man, he'd be smart enough to read my mind when I'm hard to understand. I could wish you would change, but that won't shake the pain that's living in my heart. All these boys be the same. They act they shoot size, not their age. Glad you showed me who you are. If I could build a gun, like really build a gun, you'd probably make a little more than me, maybe 6 or 7 figures. But since I can't build a man, I'ma work on who I am, spending all my time on me instead of living in make-believe. I wish you would change, but that won't shake the pain that's living in my heart. All these boys be the same. They act they shoe size, not their age. Glad you showed me who you are. Yeah. Know they said that you are what you eat. No instead, give me but just teach me. Tryna learn like a dog on a leash. I don't practice at all what I preach, what I preach. It's a thin line between love and hate. But don't you waste your time looking for walls built out of stone, wooden floors, walls, and window cells, tables and chairs warmed by all of the dust. This is a place where I don't feel alone. This is a place where I feel at home. There's a tree as old as me. Branches were sown by the color of green. Ground had arose and past its knees. By the cracks of his skin, I climbed to the top. I climbed the tree to see the world. When the guys came around to blow me down, held on as tightly as you held on me.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. We're back from our break. I hope you've been visiting, you've been talking with our organizations out here today. We've got people out here like Beyond Sacramento Polyamory, Camp Omni, the Greater Sacramento chapter of Freedom from Religion Foundation, the League of Women Voters, Northern California Skeptics, the Peace and Freedom Party, Planned Parenthood, Recovering from Religion, and the Secular Student Alliance at Sacramento State. Go say hello to everybody. You're going to hear from some of these groups, but just before we do that, I'd like to introduce you to Abraham Steve Mackey, a guitarist from Stockton, California, who has entertained us. And he was out last night at our fundraiser reception, did a great job. Steve was once a born-again, spirit-filled Pentecostal preacher, but after 35 years, he left the world of faith, and he picked up his guitar, and he's here with us today. So let's give him a warm welcome, everyone. Steve Mackey.
Thank you, thank you. My name is Abraham Steve Mackey, but really, you can call me any one of those. And I'm going to do a few songs. This first one is called Find the Cost of Religion. No, excuse me. Find the Cost of Freedom. Anyway, it's done with Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and they had 3-part harmony. And since I don't have my little harmony machine, it's just going to be me. But if you can imagine what was in my brain when I was a Christian was this constant thing of which voice am I listening to? Is that God talking? Is that me talking? Or is that the devil talking? Anyway, now I know it's me. Find the cost of freedom. Oh, I gotta plug in. All right, plugging in. Ooh. Ooh. Find the cost of freedom buried in the ground. Mother Earth will swallow you. Lay your body down. Find the cost of freedom buried in the ground. Mother Earth will swallow you. Lay your body down. Find the cost of freedom buried in the ground. Mother Earth will swallow you. Lay your body down. On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. And there were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rings. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz in the sky with no clouds. The heat was hot, the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can remember your name. There ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la. After 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed. And the story it told was a river that flowed that made me sad to think it was dead. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can remember your name. There ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la. After 9 days, I let the horse run free, 'cause the desert had turned to sea. And there were plants and birds and rocks and things. There was sand and hills and rings. Now the ocean is a desert with its life underground and the perfect disguise above. Under the cities lies a heart made of ground, 'cause the humans were given no your name. There ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. Thank you. This next song is a song by Stevie Winwood. I know he goes by Steve Winwood now, and we want to give him his dues. If anybody knows about mixing up life because you change your name, I am one of them. Okay. I think of this song, you know, if bless their hearts. They say in church you can say anything about anybody as long as you add and bless their heart. And so, bless their heart. The Christian would hear this song and go, yeah, man, you're searching for God. I can see you're good. You're searching for God. Well, I look at it is it helped my search out of that world. Anyway, here it is. It's called Can't Find My Way Home. Come down off your throne, leave your body alone. Somebody must change. You are the reason I've been waiting so long. Somebody holds the key. Well, I'm near the end and I just ain't got the time. Oh, and I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Come down on your own, leave your body at home. Somebody must change. You are the reason I've been waiting so long. somebody holds the key. Well, I'm near the end and I just ain't got the time. Oh, and I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. And I can't find my way home. Thank you. They say that John Lennon wrote this song in India because Mia Farrow's daughter, Prudence, had freaked out with the good old Maharishi and the whole scene. And I don't know any more than that, other than he wrote this song for her. And I think it has a greater significance than back then if you think about who Prudence might be today. Dear Prudence, start that again. Dear Prudence, won't you come out to play? Dear Prudence, greet the brand new day. Hey, the sun is up, the sky is blue, it's beautiful, and so are you, dear Prudence. Won't you come out to play? Dear Prudence, open up your eyes. Dear Prudence, see the sunny sky. The wind is low, the birds will sing that you're a part of everything. Dear Prudence, won't you come out to play? Look around, round, round, round. Look around, round, round, round. Look around. Dear Prudence, let me see you smile. Dear Prudence, like a little child. The sun is up, the sky is blue, it's beautiful, and so are you, dear Prudence. Won't you open up your eyes? Dear Prudence, won't you come out to play? Dear Prudence, greet the brand new day. Hey, the sun is up, the sky is blue, it's beautiful, and so are you, dear Prudence. Won't you come out to play? Look around, round, round, round. Look around, round, round, round. Look around. This next song is another John Lennon song, and back when I really loved this song, it was from the Rubber Soul album by the Beatles. I didn't push any special meaning to it other than I knew a little scenario in my own life that I could kind of relate to and everything. But after singing the song a while and everything, I put a little story to it. And I think this guy who is singing is sitting around with a couple other buddies, and they are passing a joint. And this one guy is finally, they're going to listen to him, and he tells a story about his girlfriend. Is there anybody going to listen to my story? and know they love you. I always love this next song because I mentioned to somebody, my very first real love was a girl named Kathy. And so every time I would hear this song, I think, crap. Anyway, she was wonderful, but you know, life takes you different directions. Anyway, so it's a special song to me. It's Paul Simon. If I didn't say, it's called America. Ooh. Ooh. Let us be lovers, we'll marry our fortunes together. I've got some real estate here in my bag. So we bought a pack of cigarettes and Mrs. Wagner pies and walked off to look for America. Kathy, I said as we boarded the Greyhound in Pittsburgh, Michigan seems like a dream to me now. It took me 4 days to hitchhike from Saginaw. I've come to look for America. Laughing on the bus, playing games with the faces. She said the man in the gabardine suit was a spy. I said, be careful, his bow tie is really a camera. Toss me a cigarette, I think there's one in my raincoat. We smoked the last one an hour ago. So I looked at the scenery, she read her magazine, and the moon rose over an open field. Kathy, I'm lost, I said, though I knew she was sleeping. I'm empty and aching and I don't know why. Counting the cars on the New Jersey Turnpike, they've all come to look for America. They've all come to look for America. They've all come to look for America. Ooh, 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 ooh. Now, there's just a little bit of melancholy in that, you know, and so I thought, well, if I do a song that's got like melancholy stuff there, everybody would like something that's a little more pick me up, a little bright and sunny, and so it took me a while, but I found this song, and see what you think. I see a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see earthquakes and lightning. I see bad times today. Don't go around tonight, it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Hope you got your stuff together. Hope you are quite prepared to die. Looks like we're in for nasty weather. One eye is taken for an eye. Don't go around tonight, 'cause he's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. Now you might not think that's a fun song, but hey, I have to give you some of what we endured as young people back in the 60s. Woo! And there's been some bad moons. Okay, this one is a song by Kansas. Most of you probably know it. It's called Dust in the Wind. I close my eyes only for a moment, and the moment's gone. All my dreams pass before my eyes, a curiosity, dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Same old song, just a drop of water in the endless sea. All we do crumbles to the ground, though we refuse to see. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Ooh. Now don't hang on. Nothing lasts forever but the earth and sky. It slips away, and all your money won't another minute buy. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind. Dust in the wind. Everything is dust in the wind. Ooh. Woo-hoo. All right. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Abraham.
All right.
If you haven't yet, you should get your caricature. I always have tough with that. That's okay. Okay. You want to grab that? Okay, go for it. I'm gonna just move this. Okay, it's still attached, so I'm just gonna hover. That's okay. If you haven't had your caricature drawn by James Courtney, he's over there to my right. He'll be there for another hour, so be sure to stop by and get drawn if that's what you're interested in. Compliments of California Free Thought Day. And have you noticed Uncle Sam walking around? Let's give Andy Swan a huge round of applause for his talents today. He's been in the back here, and he's going to do some tricks for y'all. Would you like to see a juggling? I would love to see some juggling. Who else wants to see some juggling?
a free show, guys. Free show. Here we go. I call these chops. Yeah, a little juggling. Okay. Go. I've never done this before. This is it. Here's the practice. Here we go. Up, 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 up. A little encouragement out there, folks. A little encouragement. Woo! Let's go a little higher. Everybody say higher. Hi, kids. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi. A little bit higher. Here we go. Up. 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 Okay, now it gets a little interesting. Here we go. 5-year-old can do this. 10 years practice. Woo! There we go. Whoa, whoa.
Let's give another big round of applause for Andy Swan. Thank you.
One last trick here. I taught Tyler how to juggle. Tyler, come on in here. My airbags.
Okay.
Give us a little juggling.
Just as the wind comes up.
Just as the wind comes up. Very difficult in the wind. Go with the wind. You can do it, Tyler. You can do
Let's go, Tyler.
it. Go, Tyler. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, keep it going, Tyler. Keep it going. He learned in under 5 seconds how to juggle it. Give it for Tyler out there. Hey, thank
All right, applause for Andy and Tyler. So next up, we have the president of California Free Thought Days Planning Committee. We'd like to introduce the state and national organizations that we all need to know about. So fellow free thinkers, let's welcome back David Diskin.
All right, that was awesome. One of the goals that we have at California Free Thought Day is to recognize some of the national, statewide, and regional organizations that really contribute to our community. And so this is my honor to be able to introduce you to a couple that we've picked. Let's start with Nick, who's going to talk to us about Camp Omni. Nick, come on up.
Hello everyone, I'm Nick with Camp Omni. We are a secular summer camp, your classic sleepaway summer camp. There's archery, there's canoeing, there's swimming. Hey Camp Omni, shout out! All right. We have 2 camps because it's a big state. We have a NorCal camp up above Grass Valley, Nevada City in that area. If you're familiar with Malakoff-Diggins State Park, we're up right around that area. We have 2 weeks of that camp in NorCal, so campers can do 1 or both weeks, or 1 or of the other week, or both weeks. And then we also have a Southern California camp near Wrightwood in the San Bernardino Mountains. And so come by and say hi to us at the booth, learn more about Camp Omni.
Thank you, Nick. All right, next up, introducing the Freedom from Religion Foundation, specifically from the Sacramento chapter. Please welcome Aaron Lewis.
Hello, so we are here today representing the Greater Sacramento chapter of the Freedom from Religion Foundation. So we are all about the separation of church and state, something that should really be an interest to all of us believers and non. And I ended up actually getting involved with them because I needed them and they happened to be there for me when a large megachurch targeted my son's school. I wasn't actually quite sure what to do about it, but I was able to contact them, and they sent out one of their attorneys who drafted a letter that actually got the district to stop promoting the church event, and I've been a member ever since. So we are basically a watchdog group for these types of issues where churches kind of start to bleed into our lives. For me, it was my kid's life, which is the way to get me to get involved. Most recently, we were able to get El Dorado County to stop or to rescind their vote to promote a Christian month, a Christian recognition month, and FFRF was able to stop that from happening. So you can stop by our booth to pick up more information. You don't have to be a member, but we are there for people to let us know what's going on, and we are ready to send out our attorneys to hopefully help preserve our separation of church and state.
Thank you, Aaron. So glad to have you representing us and being on the move for those kinds of issues. Next up, to talk about healthcare for all California, please welcome John McCoy.
Well, I'm here representing the Sacramento chapter of our statewide organization, and our Sacramento chapter has done a lot of stuff right behind me here over the years to promote Medicare for all, single payer, whatever you want to call it. We want to provide health care for everybody in the state, no matter what your status and no matter what your age. And we have had a booth here before. We find that free thinkers are easy to think about being in favor of our single payer. All we have to do is to figure out how to pay for it and get our legislators to agree with us.
Thank you, John. You heard a little bit earlier from our MC about naturalworldview.org, and here to talk to us about that is Alex. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Alex von Ullman, and I'm the director at naturalview.org. And we're about helping people that are deconstructing their faith. A lot of deconstruction is a very painful process for people, especially those that grew up they were indoctrinated into faith at a young age, and then they're learning more about the real world and they have questions. We're here to be a resource. We feature a number of YouTubers that talk about their experiences, a number of deconstruction stories, philosophical points of views, and we're also creating new videos. So check out naturalview.org. Thank you.
Next up, representing a conglomerate of groups from within the Northern California area, recently branded as the Northern California Skeptics, please welcome Carolyn Doherty.
Hi there. I represent Northern California Skeptics, and we are a collaboration of Bay Area Skeptics, Sacramento area skeptics. We recently started a new group called Rational Roundtable in Lodi, and also the About Time Project, which is under Susan Gerbic. We have the Guerrilla Skeptics is under that umbrella, and we are happy to make Wikipedia a better place by editing, looking for pseudoscience and editing it to make a more reliable source for everyone. Our main outreach is we want to promote critical thinking and science-based skepticism. So thank you.
Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Candelaria Vargas from Planned Parenthood. Come on up.
Thank you, David, and thank you everyone so much for having me today and for all of your really welcoming and supportive words. I can only say that it's really needed in this time, and I not only to uplift me, but uplift the work that we're doing, because abortion is healthcare, and we're seeing it more than ever across the nation. When folks who are in desperate need of miscarriage management and other types of healthcare management related to ending pregnancies, and they're faced with force, I should really say, to go into near-death experiences. So they're forced to go into sepsis before they're even able to receive the care that they need. So it's critical at this time to continue that support, and I really, truly thank you for having us all here today, and remind everyone, I'm sure I don't have to remind you, that there's an election coming up, right? For folks who are in either the Natomas Unified or San Juan Unified school districts, we have a special election going on right now. And with all the things we've been seeing with the attacks against trans youth and the bans on books, and this is my little one, Artemis, and Athena's running around here somewhere too, so they're my supporters as well. It's critical more now than ever here, even locally, to be very engaged with the vote. And thank you. This is Athena. She wanted me to make sure I presented her, she said. First grader at Stone Lake Elementary. And so please stay engaged, and of course, thank you so much as always for your support.
One of the true gems in our community locally is the Reason Center, a venue that we were at just last night to host our fundraiser reception. And here to talk about the Reason Center, if you haven't heard about it, is Tom Eichelman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Raise your hands if you heard of Reason Center. Have you visited it yet? That's good. That's a good number. Reason Center started as a concept about 20 years ago, and about 10 years ago, we actually formed the organization and went out looking for a property, and we leased a property. And so all of our local groups who are free thinkers and atheists and whatever fits that general area of thought started having most of their meetings there, and also some political groups and some environmental groups and some of the alcohol recovery groups have had meetings there, and it became a useful resource and a space where we could feel at home. And we felt that that was very important, that we have our own space instead of, you know, renting something that was generic or renting something that was a place that we didn't agree with necessarily. So during COVID, we were in that facility for 6 years. COVID hit right about the time our lease was coming up, so we let the property go and took a couple years away and just had virtual events and some outdoor events too. But then about a year ago now, we got into what I like to call Reason Center 2.0, and it was a nice step up for us. It actually worked out really well that our lease ran out and we were ready to move up. And so the facility is over on Ethan Way, just on the other side of Cal Expo. So it's pretty convenient, and it is 2.0. It's a big improvement over where we were before. We've got a main hall that's about 1,300 square feet, and then we have a library room that's about 600 square feet, and you can get a pretty good crowd in there. And we have good neighbors, and we have good parking, and easy to get to, like I said. So if you have a group that needs space to hold some activities, look up our website, get in contact with us. You can send us an application that's on the website. We also are renting the space out to other people. We've been having birthday parties there and different family type events, holiday events. Look at our calendar and see if you can do the space. We're pretty affordable when compared to other spaces for rent, and we want to book it up and help get this place paid for. So, and provide that space for our groups to meet. So thank you, and look us up.
And one of the organizations that I know uses the Reason Center quite often is Sunday Assembly Sacramento. Anybody here know about Sunday Assembly? Good. Well, here to talk to you about it, please welcome Janelle Graham.
Thank you, David. So Sunday Assembly Sacramento is the Sacramento portion of an international organization of Sunday Assembly. We, as David said, we're in the Reason Center. We were in the last Reason Center as well. It is a secular congregation that meets monthly, the second Sunday of every month from 11 to 1. It's not religious at all. The values are live better, help often, wonder more. So we bring in a lot of speakers. In fact, if any of you want to be a speaker, please reach out to us. A lot of speakers that kind of just show the human aspect of life, like what it means to be an advocate person or a political person, or just showing struggles that go on with their life, and people talk about it. And it's just nice to build a community within ourselves. We usually have about 30, 40 people that come every month, and it's great, and we love to have more. We're trying to do more building internally and seeing how we can continue to help others and maybe link up with others so we can really try to just build a better world that we live in. We have childcare, which is unique. We have a potluck at the end of every time. So, yeah, we would love to see you. Feel free to just show up. Again, that's second Sunday of every month at the Reason Center from 11 to 1.
And the last person I have to introduce to you isn't necessarily representing any specific organization, but rather California Free Thought Day, an offshoot, if you will, that supports advocacy statewide. How many of you, did anyone here participate in our advocacy month around April or so? Okay, a couple hands went up. So here to talk about how you can get involved next year when it comes to statewide advocacy, please welcome Louis Campos.
Hi, yeah, it's my fan right there. My wife, hello, Arlene. Yeah, my name is Louis Campos. I'm here to invite all of you to join us for Secular Advocacy Day 2024. What we do is we identify 2 or maybe 3 bills, pieces of legislation going through this state house right here, and we give you some training, then put you in contact with your state lawmakers, both your assembly person and your state senator, to let them know that you support these pieces of legislation. So a lot of times we get put off by politics by watching the noise on TV. All that stuff is taking place in Washington by people who are really disconnected from you. This is an opportunity for you to get connected with where things really happen. Most of the stuff that affects you in your everyday life, those decisions are being made at the state level, county level, city level, school board level. And we kind of help you get your sea legs when it comes to advocacy, advocating on your own behalf, using your own agency, hopefully for good. It's a nonpartisan group. We try to choose legislation that aligns with our values, not any particular political party. All right? You can sign up at the website, California Free Thought Day. And we look forward to having you. And we go statewide. I came all the way from San Gabriel by LA just to tell you this message. So please sign up.
And on that note, what Louis was getting at is we do these mostly over Zoom or something like that. So you don't have to be in California, Sacramento, literally at this building. We can connect you with your lawmakers wherever you happen to be, as long as you've got an internet connection and a phone or a laptop or something. How about another round of applause for all of these organizations, plus all the other ones that are out there. And remember, they all have tables here. So go talk to them, sign up, give them some money, and find out how you can help them continue their missions. Thank you so much, everybody. All right. Well, we're now moving on to the second award that we have to present. Many of you know Ryan when he started documenting his journey leaving faith in a blog he called A Year Without God. Since then, Ryan has served with the Secular Student Alliance and was once the MC of our event in 2017. But Ryan's life is far, far more than his connection to the secular community. For the past 17 years, he's been involved in social and housing justice in Southern California. He supports dozens of organizations with Tenants Together, a statewide coalition that's dedicated to defending and advancing the rights of California's renters to safe, decent, and affordable housing. Today, we recognize Ryan for his statewide advocacy towards tenant rights, housing justice, and social justice while demonstrating the values of secular humanism. Please join me in admiration for Ryan Bell.
Thank you so much.
Oh, absolutely. Let's do a little photo here. Great. All right, so this says California Free Thought Day presents this award to Ryan Bell for his statewide advocacy towards tenant rights, housing justice, and social justice while demonstrating the values of secular humanism at California Free Thought Day 2023. They're all yours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, and thank you to the Free Thought Day Committee and all of you for being here today. It's a real pleasure. I'm honored. And I dedicate this award on behalf of 17 million renters throughout the state of California that make up 44% of the residents of California who rent their housing. probably many of you also are renters like my wife and I am. As Dave mentioned, I was a pastor for 20 years, then discovered I was an atheist a few years ago, almost 10 years ago now. Wrote a blog about that, had a podcast for a long time called Life After God. But all along that way, I have been working both as a pastor and since I've left the church in homelessness, anti-homelessness work, and housing justice. And more specifically in the last 5 or 7 years on tenant rights and tenant justice. As an atheist, I see the world through materialistic eyes, right? That what we see in the world, what we experience through science is the sum total of what exists. And as a socialist, I also see the world historically through the eyes of materialism and believe that every person has the opportunity to live a full and free life. And the fact that not everyone lives a full and free life to the same extent is a result of choices that we've all made together, and especially specific individuals that have been in power in politics. So politics, I think, for humanism, I would even suggest for atheism, has the goal of creating the conditions for human thriving. And one of the ways that one of those conditions is housing. We cannot survive as fragile human beings. We've evolved to need protection from the elements. And when people don't have that protection, they fall into all sorts of disrepair as people, both mentally and physically. So I believe that housing should be a human right. It should be guaranteed to every person. And we've been working to create that reality in Pasadena, where I live, and throughout the state of California. Today I work for the nonprofit organization Tenants Together, and we organize with tenants throughout the state of California to create more equality between tenants and landlords, property owners, so that tenants can live those full and free lives. So thank you again to Free Thought Day for this tremendous honor, and it's just a privilege to be with you here again at California Free Thought Day. Thank you so much.
Let's have another round of applause for David, for all of the members, and also for Ryan. Speaking of David, by the way, I'd like everyone to acknowledge our gold sponsor, Applied Office Computer Training. That's David's business, and he doesn't actually have a table here today, but check your program and you can learn how he can help your employees be more efficient with Microsoft Office, which I think we can all be more efficient with Microsoft Office. So let's give David and his business, Applied Office, a round of applause for their gold sponsorship. We're going to take another final 15-minute break pretty soon. So don't forget about our door prize raffle, which ends in less than an hour. You can get your stickers from our community tables, and you can complete that survey to win. Don't forget. And let's take another moment to thank some organizations because they donated big to support Free Thought Day and us being here today. Again, naturalview.org, Applied Office, the American Humanist Association, the Military Association of Atheists and Free Thinkers. And remember that you too can be a donor to Free Thought Day. If you're watching the live stream at home, visit freethoughtday.org to donate. And if you are here in person, hello, hi, you can head over to the registration canopy right there and become a supporter. So we're going to take a break for a little bit, and we'll come back.
Till I met you, baby. met you, baby. All I wanna do, lately all that I wanna do is spend all my time with you. Every second, every minute, every hour, let you get away. I ain't gonna let you go, no. I need your loving every day. Baby, say, feel the way I feel for you. Do you feel me? Say you will do the things you promised. Baby, say you will. Say you love me the way that I love you, baby. Say you will. Baby, all I wanna do is spend all my life with you. Have 3, 4 kids by you, and have some more if you want me to. I done gave up everything, so now it's time to give me that ring. So baby, say what you feel about me. Say you feel the way I feel. Oh, I need you to tell me. Say you will do the things you promised. Need you to do it. Say you love me the way that I love you. Please, baby, please. Say you
Have you got one? Oh yeah, I got one. Go and clear those up. Nobody's gonna be here. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, you're not.
you're wondering. Hello. In case you're wondering why people are gathering up here in the front, we're about to have our group photo. We want everyone to gather up here right in front of the stage where people are already gathering. That includes audience members, speakers, awardees, sponsors, today's entertainment. Everyone, please, come on up. Jamie and Ben are our photographers today, so get into positions. And as we do that, let's give a shout out again to the groups that are represented here today. Atheists and other free thinkers, the Sunday Assembly, the Sacramento, Bay Area, and Monterey Skeptics, the Black Humanists and Non-Believers of Sacramento, the Freedom from Religion Foundation, the Stockton Area Atheists and Free Thinkers, the Atheist Community of San Jose, students from the Alumni and Secular Student Alliance. Let's get ready for our photo, everybody. Come on up here. Everybody who's here at Free Thought Day, come up here and snap a photo. Brian Bell, let's go. We're getting a photo taken. Come on, everybody. Come on, Nancy, let's go. Okay, so the photo will be up on the Facebook soon. We're already live posting on Instagram, so what's up? One more time, let's give a round of applause for the photographers, everybody. Jamie and Ben, last night's photographer, Luisa Morco, and our social media photographer and stage manager, Alexis Record. If you've been taking photos today, make sure that you share them with the hashtag FreeThoughtDay. As we meander back to our spots, we're about to start something really fun. Can you believe we're almost 3/4 of the way through the day already?
Hold it.
I'm holding it. Bruce yelled at me to hold it, so I'm holding.
You weren't recording? No, I haven't recorded. I didn't record that because it was ugly. I took the photos, cut it out.
On your cue, Bruce. It's almost science time.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. There's still a lot more coming at y'all today, but before we get to that, let's thank a few more sponsors. The Black Non-Believers, the Reason Center, the Atheist Community of San Jose, Healthcare for All California, the Black Humanists and Non-Believers of Sacramento, the Sunday Assembly Sacramento, the Stockton Area Atheists and Free Thinkers, the Brights, the Center for Inquiry West, Sacramento's Atheists and Other Free Thinkers. And in just a bit, we are going to give away those door prizes we were talking about that'll reveal we'll also reveal our newest inductees into the Free Thinker Gallery. If you haven't walked through, it is in the middle there. And we're going to hear from a family physician, Dr. Candace Lawson. But right now, I'm going to introduce the exciting science-based advocacy and outreach group, the Science Alliance, today led by Scientist Maddie.
All right, thank you so much. We are Science Alliance. Like he said, we're a science organization. We do education in schools for grades kinder through 6th grade. It's very fun business that we started this year, so we're really having a good time. We're going to show you some of our experiments up here today, and I also have scientist Tyler with me today. If everyone wants to give him a wave. Thank you. This is an interactive show, so we will be calling on some volunteers in the crowd. If there's any other kiddos out there, you might want to come on down right now because it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to start off with some circuits. We're going to get our little energy stick here, and we're going to grab all 3 of our friends up here in the front. We have some volunteers that already volunteered to come up here. So come on up, guys. And we'll give them a round of applause because this is nerve-wracking stuff coming up here in front of all of you. You guys want to come a little bit center here? Yes, so we are going to be making energy. One of our scientists just said that. That's amazing. So we are going to be making a human circuit. So a circuit is a circle of electricity. So they have their energy stick, and they're going to connect their hands to make the energy stick glow and make sound. It's going to be super cool. Let's see. All right, we've got it working. Hold it up high, everyone. So they're going to break the connection, and that breaks the circuit, so it no longer has power. But if we put back the connection, then we get power again. So cool, right? Thank you. Round of applause for our helpers, too. Oh, that's okay. I'll take it. Thank you, guys. You do? How does it work? How does it work?
It works because, well, this works because you have energy inside your bodies, which means the energy goes to your hand, which then heads right through to the to the metal covering on the sides, and then powers it, right? Not exactly. It heads through the wires through it, and then it has one of us has the positive ions, which has one or less protons, and then it has the negative ion, which has one or more atoms or whatever they are, protons.
That was awesome. Give it up for our volunteers. That was a great explanation of that little activity. We are going to move on, so whoever wants to do the inertia hat, we're going to let Artemis and Athena do that. So you guys go ahead and sit down for now. We'll get you up here again in a second. Come on over here, Athena. Oh, you have your space with you. That's very cool. So we got to have you stand right here. Can you stand super still for me? Okay. Scientist Tyler's going to bring over what we call the inertia hat. And inertia is a law of motion. So things in motion like to stay in motion, and things in place like to stay in place unless otherwise a force presents itself onto that and moves it for us, like maybe gravity. Okay, so the trick here is we're going to get this hat to have these planets orbit around her without her moving, right? So stay super still for me. We're going to spin this around. You could go a little faster. Whoa, is that so cool? You're going to get to do it too. I've got a challenge for you though. Okay, let's give her a round of applause. You stood so still. You're really good at that. Okay, scooch over, and we're going to get Artemis in here. Come over here, Artemis. We're going to have you spin in a circle. So once it goes on your head, you have to spin around yourself super tightly like that and really slowly. You think you can do that? I think you can do it. Okay, we're going to encourage you. Give her a round of applause. You can do it. Oh, you can do it really fast. Okay. Well, we want to go slowly so that we keep the planets on your head, okay? like that planet. Yeah, keep your head straight. Okay, go ahead and do your spin. Ooh. Oh no, it fell. That's okay, we'll do a redo. Okay, try it again. Look straight ahead. Keep your head nice and straight. Don't look down. You can do it. Go slowly, you got it. Woo! Yeah, make some noise. Good job, Artemis. Oh, you almost made it in a full circle, but you did great. Amazing. Oh, yeah, Athena popped a balloon earlier, and she got a little owie, but she's doing great. She's a good scientist. All right, you guys go ahead and go down. We'll get you back up here in a second. All right. Awesome job, ladies. Give them another round of applause. And we're going to move on to our next experiment, which is a little bit of gravity for you. So gravity is a force that pulls us to the center of the earth and keeps us grounded so we can stand and walk all around. We're not on space, right? So we can't float. We got gravity here. Now we have our egg challenge. I'm going to bring one of my friends up. You want to come on up? Yeah, I think you're going to be good at this. So our goal here is to try and knock the pie pan off and get the egg using gravity to fall right into our glass. Do you guys think we can do it? Yeah? Okay, I love that. We got to get it balanced. So Tyler is instructing our volunteer on how to hit the pie pan. We need just the right amount of force, not too much and not too little, to get that pie pan out of the way and get the egg right down into the glass. You think you're ready? You want to do a practice? You can hit my hand for practice. I think that'll be good. All right, we're going to count to 3, and then you're going to hit that pie pan. Are you ready? Okay, everybody help me. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's okay. Wait, give them a round of applause. We're going to try it again because trial and error happens in science all the time. And this jar is a little bit tricky to work with. We had a better jar before, but it broke. Yeah. Yes, try not to hit the glass. Just hit the pie pan, and then it'll go in. Ready? We're going to do it again. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah! Thank you for that round of applause. That was exactly what we needed. You did amazing, friend. Go ahead and take a seat. All right, how are we feeling so far? You guys liking these demonstrations? Super fun, right? We're going on to something really scary. We saw this on YouTube. We have never tried it before, so we're really hoping it works. It has to work. We saw it on YouTube, right? Right, thank you. No? Oh, we're divided over here. Okay, so scientist Tyler is setting up our tower. All right, do you want to come on up and help me with this one? All right. So we're going to get our engineer up here because we're going to engineer a tower of plates and cups. So go ahead and add a cup for us. We're going to be using friction with this activity, so you'll see in a second how this works. Go ahead and put a cup right in the middle of the plate for me. I don't think that's enough. Do you guys think we should put more on there? More. Okay, let's add another plate. I liked that idea, but we're going to add a plate. Nice. I think more, right? Let's add another cup. I think someone else in the audience might know our tricks. We're going to add another plate to complete the tower, right? Ooh, that looks pretty scary. Okay, now scientist Tyler is going to pull that sheet out from under the plates, and if it's done correctly, we should have a tower standing tall. Are you ready to count with me? 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. Whoa, was that so cool? Oh, we can always improve, that's true. The friction in that silk sheet is what helps us not spill the plates and the cups. So that was amazing. Thank you for your help, scientists. Round of applause. Ooh, and I think we need Athena back up here. And you can come, sister, come on up too. We need both of you. Come over here. No, you're not. You're just going to press on this light. Come back here. Come back here. All right, we're going to have our scientists show you our balloon trick. So we have a bed of 100 nails. creating surface pressure on this balloon. We're going to try to have them press down in the center of that top board and see if they can show how bouncy this makes the balloon. We're not going to see it pop, though, because it's protected by science. You want to put some more weight on it. That's really good. You see how it's bulging out the sides, but it's not going anywhere. We told them, yeah, you're okay now, right? Okay, let Atticus try. Artemis, I'm so sorry. Go for it, babe. Put your hand right in the middle. Scientist Tyler's going to show you. And press it down. You're going to see. Ooh, that is so cool. The best scientists out there, everybody. Give them a round of applause. Be careful. So the science behind this is the 100 nails. So we are creating an even surface pressure so that that balloon is protected by science. If there was one nail, what do you think would happen? It would pop. Too much pressure. Great job. All right. We are going to move on to some wind experiments, some air. So we have a wind bag challenge. I think the brother-sister duo should come up for this challenge. So we're going to do the mini scientists versus the big scientists. So your challenge is one of you needs to blow air into this bag. So you're going to do it? Okay, go on that side. We're going to give you 5 seconds to try and fill up this bag with as much air as you can. And we're going to cap it at 5 seconds. So go ahead, everyone count with me. Here we go. Ready, set, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, let's see how much air is in there. Whoa, that's pretty good. That's almost double the size of your lungs, so you did a great job. But I think it's time for the scientists to show you how it's done. So, do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it? You can do it if you know how to. Okay. All right, so scientist Tyler's going to come over on this side. And I'm a scientist, so I don't think I should get 5 seconds. So let's see, what time should we get for me? 3. Oh, it's a lucky number right there. 2, 2 and 3. I think 3 is right in the middle. I think we'll go with 3. That's a great idea. So I'm going to put the mic down, but you're going to see what happens. I want all of you to count for me, okay? Ready, set, go. Amazing, right? You get it? So the air around us gets sucked into the bag with one breath because I did not put my mouth on the bag. Did anyone notice that? Yeah, so want one of you guys to try it now? Okay, come on back over here. See if you can redeem yourself. Get twice as much air in that bag as before. Okay, go for it. You got to stand far away and one big breath. And then cap it right away. Close it. Ooh. Nice job. Round of applause. Thank you. Usually we give out a prize for that. It's usually a science sticker. So we'll bring you guys a sticker soon. All right. We're going to bring out the air cannon. So we need all of our scientist friends to come on up. We're going to have you stand on the steps down here. So maybe on like the second row of steps, get in a line. Scientist Tyler is going to give you what we call a science hat. Face that way. Face the audience. There we go. Turn around. Okay, they're getting their science hats. It's not a cup. It's a science hat. I promise. All right, now the air around us, can we see it? How do we know it's there? What do you think, scientists? We can feel it. We're also using it to do what? To breathe. I heard breathe from our scientists. Great job. So we're going to use air to knock these hats off their heads. So stand really still. Scientist Tyler is going to knock them off. Ooh. Takes a lot of aim. There's a little wind out here. He might be getting some help. Whoa. Okay. Amazing! That was so fun. Now stay right there. We're going to see what happens when we add some smoke. Then maybe we can see the air around us. You think that? You think that would happen? Okay. Question? We did make the air cannon. That was a great question. Everything we usually make at home. So it's really fun because science is about making things and being hands-on. All right, we're going to do it. Put the hats back on your head. There we go. He wasn't ready. Oh, let's see if we can see some smoke rings. Whoa. Very cool. The wind is not really on our side, but it's working pretty good. Awesome. Round of applause. That was so cool. All right, you guys give us your science hats, and we're going to go back and sit down. We'll actually I think I need 2 volunteers for the next one. Okay, 2 of you can come back up and help. Who wants to help? Can Rochambeau each other. All right, we're going to get set up for this next one. Grab the beach ball. Yeah, I think it's under there. Okay, so someone gets to be in charge of the leaf blower. Sure, you guys are going to switch too. So you can hold this. We're going to go down here a little more. So we're going to come down the steps. Watch out for the cord. So yeah, bring it with you. All right, we can actually come all the way down. What? Are you sure? Okay, let's find out. She said we're gonna float the ball in the air and it's gonna fly. Okay, so you need to get down on a knee, and then you're going to make sure you hold this nice and straight up and down like that. Our other friend, you're gonna grab the beach ball from Tyler. When we tell you, you're gonna turn that on. Remember, keep this nice and straight the whole time, and you're gonna put the ball over the top. Once you feel the air catch it, you're gonna let go. Are you guys ready? Go for it. Power. Go for it. Oh my goodness, you were right. Okay, you want to try and stand underneath the ball? Amazing. Okay, we're going to turn it off and you have to catch the ball. Go ahead, turn it off. Catch it. All right, nice. Now we can switch. On a science experiment? That is awesome. All right, ready? Keep that nice and straight. All right, go for it. Oh, so you got to keep it underneath it the whole time. If you stand up slowly, but keep that under the ball. We got a rogue volleyball today.
We are going to go around and try to get it to float a little bit. Let's see what happens. All right. Nice.
Usually there's a crowd of children that we hover the ball over. It's very cool, but that was also awesome. So thank you guys for your help. Round of applause for them. All right, we need our little ones back up here. Come on up. Okay, we're bringing out the big guns. This is a hovercraft, everybody. An actual hovercraft. Let's bring it all the way down to the bottom. Come down here, guys. Come down here. Okay, who wants to go first? Okay, you guys have to talk it out. Which one's going first? You gonna go first? Okay, that's very nice of you. Okay, you get to go first. Come over here. Put it on the ground, and the chair goes in the middle. Other way. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and sit in this chair for me, okay? Okay, we're going to put that in there. So we're going to put our leaf blower inside of our hovercraft here. We're going to turn it on. Can you hold this for me once it's on? Okay, turn it on. Hold that for me. Right here. Oh, it's loud, I know. It's very loud, I know. We're going to hold it for you. And we're going to show everybody how you can move around. Oh, There we go. Whoa. All right, bring her back. We're running out of cord here. I know, so loud, but you're floating. All right, we're going to turn it off, and we're going to give your sister a try. Was that really fun? Yeah. It was super fun, even though it was loud. She had fun. That's what science is all about. Thank you, everyone. That was our hovercraft. So fun. We are coming up on our grand finale here. So what I want is for all the kiddos, actually everyone can come out to the center if you'd like for a little surprise. We're going to make it a little messy up in here, but hopefully we can have everyone's help to clean up after. We're going to keep our state capitol nice and clean. All right. I want everyone to put their hands up in the air and get ready for some fun. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Round of applause for science. Thank you for all our helpers today. We had a great time here at Free Thought Day. We are so excited. Okay, our director, Jen Young, is going to come on up and talk a little bit more. Thank you, everyone.
All right, that was wonderful. One more big round of applause for our science educators. Yes. And for our volunteers. They did a heavy lift right there. Came up about 7 times. That was wonderful. And super excited every time. We love that. So my name is Jen Young. We are with Science Alliance. And I just want to talk really quick about some of the things we do and the importance of why we do it. So we are a hands-on science organization. We go into the classroom and we teach students to think like scientists about the scientific method, and then that science isn't scary. And that's so, so important, because when our youth are really little, all of our wonderful kiddos are really little, science is so natural. We're very familiar with our kiddos asking why all the time, right? Observing things, taking things in, and of course, trial and error. And I love some of the examples when you have a little infant and their eyes are open and they're just observing everything. They get a little bit older, 2 or 3, start playing around with things like some trial and error with walking, right? Toddlers, they stand up, they fall down, they stand up, they fall down, but they do not give up. Can you imagine if a toddler stood up, fell down, and decided that walking was just not for them, right? No, that's never the case. They're not embarrassed to try and to fail. That's how we learn. And so we want to continue to kind of nurture that and support that very intuitive nature of science and discovery. So we do have a partnership here with Sacramento with Set a Head Start. We go into the preschools and we do a lot of fun cause and effect, trial and error stuff. And at that age, they're wonderful and they're ready to explore and to experiment, especially hands-on. So I feel like I don't have to go into too much depth as why science is important for this audience, but it is so important for our youth and for our adults, right? Science literacy, creating problem solvers and free thinkers is really, really important for our society. So not to mention that our scientists drive society, right? And we know the importance of that as well. So kind of getting into the schools early and often and being able to do a lot of this fun, hands-on things, not just science from the textbook, but be able to actually enhance what they're learning in the textbook and actually apply it, which is really fun. So Science Alliance, we just started full-time this year, and we are now vendors and partners with 20 different school districts in Northern California, including Sacramento, Natomas, Elk Grove, Lodi, Stockton, Manteca. We cover about a 100-mile radius right now, which has really, really been fun. And we do these shows, we do after-school nights, and then we go into the classroom, and we do some really fun hands-on NGSS aligned things, so next generation science standards. If we do have a booth with some fun stuff to play with, if you have any questions about some of the stuff we do too, please come see me, get a card. If you know any teachers or administrators, please also share our information. We're just getting started. I've done this for about 12 years, but with Science Alliance, this is our first full year, which has been a lot of fun. So before I hand over the mic to our wonderful MC, any questions about anything that we do, anything that you saw today? Anything in general, science related, or not? No? Okay. Well, thank you guys so much. Yes, one. Go ahead.
Can you explain again, probably you mentioned I missed it, why that float?
Yes. Yes, great question. So why did that ball float when it was when we started to dip it sideways, right? When it was at an angle. So that is one of my favorites. It's called the Bernoulli principle, and it's the same physics principle of why airplanes can fly. Essentially, when something's moving fast, like air is moving fast, it becomes low pressure. Those air molecules go from here to here. They spread out. And so now we have this wind column of really spread out air molecules, and then we get a clump of air underneath it and above it. So the slow-moving air on both sides, even though we cannot see it, is actually trapping the ball in place. And that fast-moving air column, those molecules are way spread out. So, and that's called the Bernoulli principle. The same type of thing happens on an airplane wing. We actually get more air going over the top of the airplane wing and less air under the bottom, which kind of clumps under there and creates lift. So, yeah, really great question. And it's cool because all of that is happening right at the molecular level with air, with gas, which is invisible. So it looks like it is magic, which we know it is not, right? It is science. So great question. I love that. Anything else about some of the stuff we did? A little more deeper dive into some of the experiments? No, awesome. Hey, well, thank you so much. We are happy to be here. This has been a really fun event. And let's do one more big round of applause for science. Thank you, and MC. Yes, social media. So at Science Alliance, we have everything, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, all that good stuff. So at Science Alliance. And also we've been tagging Free Thought Day with some of our fun stuff. So if you're looking at some of those photos, you see us and should see our tags as well. Yeah, thank you. Great question.
Yeah. Okay, one more round of applause for Jen Young and Science Alliance and Scientist Maddie and Scientist Tyler. Okay, so let's take a minute again to recognize the people who made today happen. The California Free Thought Day Planning Committee. That is, and I hope I get everybody's names right, Angela Garvey, Arlene Rios, Becky Mark, David Diskin, Ken Nahigian, Louis Campos, Mashariki Lawson, Nancy Sneed, Nick Gray, Ray Howard, Tom Eichelman, Victoria De La Torre, and Marie Bain, who couldn't be here today. And so let's give them a round of applause. And I'm going to turn it over to David in just a second.
There we go. Awesome. All right. Well, first, again, I want to let everyone here know that this event would be impossible without the almost dozen people behind me, the California Free Thought Day Planning Committee. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you. Now, it's been one of the traditions, actually dates back to the original Free Thought Day, before it was California Free Thought Day, just Free Thought Day, to have the Gallery of Free Thinkers. And it's evolved quite a bit since then. But have any of you had a chance to check out the Gallery of our Free Thinkers right over there in the center? You like that? Every year, we add a couple people to that gallery. In fact, it's so many people now, we have to cycle through who gets displayed every year. But I hope you enjoy that. And if you have any recommendations for us to include next year, please write to us and let us know. So what we do is we take all those nominations, we talk about them at one of our committees. Sometimes we even put it out to the internet and get some feedback and some votes. And we elect 1, 2, maybe 3 people every year. We create their poster and we show them up on the gallery. This year we have 2 inductees to our Free Thought Gallery, and Becky is going to tell you about our first.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This year's first inductee is astronaut and physicist Sally Ride. Sally is one of the most well-known and celebrated astronauts to have served at NASA. She broke multiple glass ceilings related to space exploration in her lifetime and continues to inspire new generations of aspiring scientists. Born in Encino, California, she was an avid and skilled tennis player before turning to physics in college. She applied for a NASA advertisement seeking young scientists to join the program and became one of 6 women, along with 29 men, selected to become astronauts. In 1983, Ride achieved her most famous accomplishment by becoming the first woman to fly in space. After that historic feat, her career continued, investigating the tragic Challenger and Columbia accidents and serving as the director of the California Space Science Institute. Sally was also passionate about inspiring the next generation, especially girls, to pursue science. She established a nonprofit organization dedicated to encouraging children to take an interest in STEM with an emphasis on diversity and inclusion. Before her passing, she broke another barrier when it was confirmed that her longtime business partner, Tam O'Shaughnessy, was also her life partner, making Ride the first acknowledged member of the LGBTQ+ community to serve in NASA. Sally has received numerous distinctions, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the National Women's Hall of Fame, and memorialization on both a Sally Ride Forever stamp and a U.S. quarter. And today, we are humbled upon her induction to our Freethinker Gallery. She once said, "We need to make science cool again." And because of her, it is.
And for our second inductee this year, please welcome back to the stage, Louie.
Hello. Before I get started, I just want to point a personal privilege. If you're out there doing research, doing some study, I would encourage you to cite Black and Indigenous people of color in your papers, in your work. Our work is just as valid as everybody else. So our second inductee is the science fiction writer and MacArthur Fellow, Octavia Estelle Butler. Octavia created worlds as real as our capacity to imagine them. She is a celebrated figure of literature, a giant of the Afrofuturism genre of science fiction, born in Pasadena, California, where prejudice, racism, and misogyny were still prominent. She would still address these while sounding the alarm about the dangers of climate change. She was described as a shy child who took refuge at the local library after watching the movie Devil Girl. She decided to become a writer. She once said, "My teachers always did claim that I seemed to be in another world." But before that, she worked as a telemarketer, a dishwasher, a potato chip inspector to survive while writing in the quiet of night. She wrote about the world as it is and as she felt the world could be. She incorporated critiques of social and economic justice into her stories. She discussed the drug crisis and climate change, and some found her to be somewhat of a prophet. She's been awarded the Nebula Award twice, the Hugo Award twice, the Science Fiction Chronicle Award, the Locus Award, and in 1995, the MacArthur Genius Grant. After her passing, she was inducted into the Science Fiction Hall of Fame. She would say, "What is not imagined is not attempted." and we are thankful for that imagination and her writings as she joins our Freethinker Gallery. Thank you.
And next year you'll find these two on our gallery. Thank you so much for writing and reading these to reflect back on these two wonderful people. Another round of applause for our new inductees, please. And I know I said this before, but I have to say it again. Can I ask all of you again to join me in applause for all of our volunteers that made today happen? Now, we also have some door prizes to give away. I hope all of you have had a chance to look through your program. In the program, you were collecting stickers as you walked around the different tables and putting those completed forms back in registration. So we now have a bunch of things to give away, 3 different door prizes. So let's start here with Nancy. You've got the red one, and can I get Angela to help you out? Yeah, all right, so come on up first and bring the basket up. Now, you don't have to be present to win. We're gonna track you down and let you know. But let's go ahead and just pull one of these at random. Close your eyes, do it, drop it in, little double blind study. And what do we got? All right, we verify it's complete. The winner of the red basket is Leith Sanchez Hoxie. Is Leith here today still? No Leith. All right, well, that's all right. We will find you. It looks like you're in Sacramento. Thank you, Leith. Tape that down. And Nick, you got the tape? That's for them. All right, we got a blue basket next. Let's get a helper. Tom's going to draw one of the winners there. There's 2. Okay, there's pretty good odds. Who's winning our blue basket? Dan Jacobson. Is Dan here? That's not too exciting. Is Dan here? All right. Well, Dan, you're lucky even though you've left us. There you go. Thank you. All right. And we have our white basket. All right, I'll pick. Our white basket goes to Darian DeLue. Is Darian here? No. Okay. All right. Make sure that gets attached. And we also have a couple plants to give away. You can see them here on the stage in front of me. And so we're going to keep on drawing winners. Now, for these, you have to be here. So give me a cup back. What was the cup that had a bunch? This one? All right. And then you can come up, if you're here, and select one of the 4 plants to take home. Emily Thompson. A round of applause for one half of our stage manager. All right, your choice. And another one. Draw from the other cup. Yep. We got 4 plants though. All right, if you're here, Candelaria Vargas from Planned Parenthood. Come get your plant. One more? What's that? Planned Parenthood? Yeah. Heather Dawson. Is Heather here? Oh, there she is. Awesome. All right. And we got one more, right? And the 4th plant goes to Chris Barrios. Chris Barrios. Is Chris here? Going once. Going twice. Another winner. You get your choice of that one or that one over there. All right. Oh, that's pretty funny. Is Kai Barrios here? I presume not. Kai Barrios. How about Dan Thompson? Didn't we already? Oh.
They just left. Oh, they're still here.
There he is. All right.
They were on the way out. Come on back in.
Come on back and get your plant. All right. Thank you, everybody, for filling out those surveys. You're going to get another chance to win online door prizes, however you phrase that, when you're going to see a survey from us in the next day or so. I would encourage all of you to fill out that survey. Give us a little bit more detail about your experience here at Free Thought Day and what we can do to make next year even better for you. Now, before we wrap up our little segment, every year we also recognize anyone who has recently passed away that was important to the secular community. This year we have two people to talk about. We'll have Ken first and then Nick for our second. So this is our in memoriam.
Woody Kaplan left us in August. He was a strong advocate for civil rights, personal freedom, humanism, and science. After a career in commercial real estate, he devoted 30 years to civil liberties. And as a national board member of the ACLU, he helped build its endowment fund. As a fighter for racial justice in 1962, he traveled to Mississippi to work on voter registration. On free speech, he worked with Senator Frank Lothenberg to prevent a constitutional amendment that would have made flag burning a crime. More recently, he was a founding member of the Secular Coalition for America and a director for Defending Rights and Dissent. His wife said that he really liked staying in the background and thought it was a good thing when people took credit for his work because that meant they would carry them on. Woody's selflessness and dedication will be missed.
Hello, everyone. A little taller than Ken. Again, I'm Nick Gray. I'm with Camp Omni, and I'm honored here to share with you and acknowledge the passing of Vernon Brewer, who was an amazing human, both for the camp community and the secular community in Sacramento. At camp, he was a treasurer and camp director. Anything we asked for, he jumped in and did his best. He was passionate about doing the right thing. He was the kind of friend who would let you crash at his place on short notice, which is a big deal in the camp community because we move around to go to different camps across the state. He wholeheartedly dove into learning and was never afraid of any kind of adventure, and he had a wicked sense of humor, as anybody who knew Vernon could tell you. One of our counselors reflected about sharing a cabin. This counselor was his first time at camp, and shared a cabin with Vernon and 1 year, and was impressed with just how kind, encouraging, and smart Vernon was. And he thought, I hope I age as well as Vernon, and we are going to miss him deeply, and I hope that we can all age as well as Vernon did. Thank you.
All right. And just on a quick personal note, both Woody and Vernon were friends of mine, and I do miss them very much. We're going to head back to the MC. I want to thank one more time the committee members behind me. Let's give them a round of applause. And we're just wrapping up. We got a little bit more to go. So I hope you enjoy what's left of California Free Thought Day. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
One more round of applause for everybody who made this day possible. That's including obviously the committee, but also dozens of volunteers who are here today, and of course all of our exhibitors and sponsors. Another round of thanks to individuals who are supporting us, including Robert Nicholson, Wayne Orgar, Nick Gray, Kimya Lambert, Robert Poschel, Benjamin Wade, Alexis Record, Nancy Sneed, Joseph Morrow, Will Sheriff, Heather Ann Dawson, Gerald Bachman, and everyone else listed in today's program, and those who donated after it was printed. Thank you to all of them as well. Thank you. Okay, friends, we're down to our final speaker. Candace is a board-certified person, is board-certified in family medicine. She's originally from Alabama and completed her undergrad at UC Berkeley and med school at UC Davis, where she also completed her residency. For the past 20 years, she's been devoted to teaching medical residents and working with underserved populations. She believes fervently in the power of prevention. So let's welcome Dr. Candace Lawson.
Trace. I appreciate that. Oh gosh, I have notes. So, all right. So what we'd like to do, I know I'm the last speaker before you guys need to get out of here. So I'm going to try to be mindful of the time. I'm going to ask my husband to kind of set his watch there, throw his hand up if I'm talking too much. Okay. So David reached out to me after Angela Garvey also reached out to me to see if I would be willing to participate. And I told him, you know what, it'd be great if we could do a COVID retrospective, if we could kind of do something like fact, myth, and opinion. But I'll tell you, the more that I dove into it, the more I felt like, wow, this would be better characterized as the good, the bad, and the ugly. But I decided, you know what, nevertheless, let's take a journey. We'll do this together. We are going to take this journey. We're going to understand that mistakes were made and that the process of science is iterative. So I'm really thankful for the young people who illustrated that today, that science is about making mistakes. You have a hypothesis, you collect the data, you analyze it, and then you rethink things based on what you find. And then pandemics and politics, sometimes they don't play well together in the sandbox. And then finally, we're going to kind of explore, there's a tension of truths, and we're going to get to that a little bit too. But before we do that, I do have a couple of disclaimers for you. I really hate public speaking. I'm only here because of Angela Garvey. So if this speech turns out well, you can thank her. If it's terrible, you can blame her. That's disclaimer number one. Disclaimer number two is that I am a family physician. I am not an infectious disease expert. So the perspective that I'm about to share with you is from my eyes as a family physician working in hospital administration, but with a front row seat to what happened during this pandemic. So interesting to reflect back because I had a flash of watching that toilet paper that we were playing with here and just remembering when it was in short supply. Nevertheless, let's begin our journey. So since I wasn't alive in 1918 or 1920, when we had our great influenza pandemic, I'm going to start where it becomes relevant for me, and that's in the late 80s. In the late 80s, I had finished up my undergraduate degree at UC Berkeley, and I was doing research in San Francisco around the AIDS epidemic. And it wasn't just HIV at that point, it was actually AIDS. I was working with a mentor who made an important observation, because observation is a part of science. We noticed that there were many gay men impacted, but there was a cluster of cases involving heterosexual people in Bayview Hunters Point. And because of his research around epidemiology, he did some seminal work with this, understanding how the crack epidemic was driving HIV infections in heterosexual populations. There's a paper called Tossin and Tweakin', and it helped us to understand that people were trading sexual favors for drugs and transmitting the infection that way. But the reason that I bring this up, because I want to add some context and draw on some of the skills that I learned from that work. We learned to ask questions like, how infective is this virus? How easy is it for you to catch it? How is it transmitted? Because he made an important point about HIV. He said, you know what? At least it's not respiratory. It's not a respiratory pathogen. You actually have to exchange bodily fluids, because there was a lot of fear circulating at the time. But we learned to ask questions. How infective is it? How is it transmitted? How do we treat this? And how do we prevent this? You know, as a primary care doctor always concerned with prevention, we have to be grounded in these things. All right, fast forward, 1993, because again, we're going to use science to help us on this journey. In 1993, there's an outbreak of hantavirus in the Four Corners area, and it's a deadly virus. 50% of the people who get it die. Now, it matters, only 13 people died, but it's important because this was not an epidemic. This was something that fortunately ended up being confined to that region. Can you imagine what would have happened if it spread? A virus with 50% mortality spreading throughout the country, throughout the world. We got lucky that time. Let's move on to 2003, where we have our first SARS. Do you know what SARS is? SARS is severe acute respiratory syndrome caused by the COVID virus. Now, coronaviruses get their name because of this spike protein that makes it almost look like a crown, makes the virus look like a crown. And it turns out that that spike protein is important to be able to attach to the cell receptor, enter the cell, give a message via mRNA, messenger RNA, to tell the cell it basically becomes a slave to that RNA. It has to do whatever it says, right? So we end up, you'll see as we go along, that's going to be an important foundation. But we have SARS-CoV-1 in 2003, 2004, and we learned at that time, some people learn in the East, that masks do work. We must have forgotten about that. So we move on to MERS, the Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, which is also a what? Coronavirus. It's mostly confined to the Middle East, so we breathe a sigh of relief and say, this is not us, that's those people over there. That's their problem. Now we're up to 2019, where something is happening in Wuhan, China. But because remember I said about politics and pandemics, they don't play well in the sandbox, but something is happening. It's becoming obvious that there's a serious respiratory infection that's taken hold in Wuhan, China. In response, in January of 2020, we put in travel restrictions and established a coronavirus task force. But remember how I said that we're going to have some themes here, and one of them is mistakes were made? Okay, so the mistakes start then. We get a message that this virus is no worse than the flu. Flu never killed, I think we're up to about 1.1 million Americans now. Flu doesn't kill that many over this number of years. In an average year, we're talking 20 to 30,000 deaths. That's not insignificant, but it's not the numbers that we were seeing of people dying from coronavirus. So that's where we start to make mistakes. We also have our first case in this country in Snohomish County, Washington. So we move on to March of 2020. Do you guys remember what happened then? The World Health Organization declares that we have a pandemic. You know what the difference is between an epidemic and a pandemic, right? Epidemic is that has been spread all around. It's global, so it's not respecting borders. It just goes wherever it wants to, infecting people all over the world. So that's when we decide to call it a pandemic. So I wish I could tell you that the mistakes stopped there, but they didn't. Do you remember early on they told us you don't need to wear masks, stop wearing the masks, they don't work. They do, and they work even better if both people wear them. But somehow this gets politicized. Now, we said we were going to talk about some truths, right? Some facts. It is a truth that early in the pandemic, we did not have enough personal protective equipment for people working in the hospitals. This is the truth. It has to do with the way that we were managing supply chain. Just in time, don't stockpile. Order it as you need it. And in and of itself, maybe that's not terrible. If you have a contingency, right? What happens when that doesn't work? You need to have something in place so that you can ramp up quickly and manufacture what you need. But that's a fact. We didn't have enough personal protective equipment. So then we move on to find out, we try to use some of these age-old techniques that we know work. Quarantine, isolation, social distancing, and then somehow this gets politicized as well. And that comes at a very, very high cost. Okay, but let's keep moving in time. We also made mistakes early with testing. I'll stop anytime now, but I'm just telling the truth. There were mistakes with testing from the CDC. The test was not as effective as it needed to be early on, and they were not able to manufacture in the quantities of scale that really would be required, because that's what you need. You need to be able to test and isolate people. So mistakes were made. Let's move on to that day on April 3rd in 2020, where our president is giving a press conference, because we got to figure out how to treat this, right? And he says, maybe there's something where you can get some bleach inside. Maybe you can get some bleach inside. And I do want you to know that after that, we did see a spike in poisoning from bleach and Lysol, up 12%. over for that year versus the previous year. So correlation is not causation. However, yeah. All right. So we did learn. So let's talk about some of the good ways that we learned, because science is iterative, right? Before COVID, the way that we would treat serious respiratory infections would be to intubate early and give people intravenous fluids. Because serious infections are also associated with sepsis, right? That's when you get capillary leak, fluid leaks out, you get circulatory collapse if you don't give people a lot of fluid. But we learned, because that's how science works, we learned that that turned out to be detrimental to this population. So we had to control the fluids, and we had to delay intubation and give people high flow oxygen via a nasal cannula. So what about other treatments, right? We did try. You know, there was some early thinking that hydroxychloroquine might help. And at the time, we did not have effective antivirals. We did not have monoclonal antibodies. What we had was just an idea that it might work. So we tried it. We tried that along with antibiotic with anti-inflammatory properties, because I don't want anybody to leave here today thinking that antibiotics work for viruses. They do not. These are totally different microorganisms. However, we were trying to exploit some of these anti-inflammatory properties. It didn't work. Let me just be very clear about that. It didn't work. I'll say it one more time. It didn't. Thank you. It didn't work. Okay. So what does work is that we were able to develop some antivirals that do. And we were able to collect antibodies, right? Because whenever you get sick, your body mounts an immune response. And you make antibodies to these foreign invaders, these virus particles. We were able to collect those antibodies, refine them, and give them to people, especially people who were vulnerable. Because the argument has been from some people, why do we need to do this? Why do you need to isolate? Why do you need to try to prevent yourself from getting an infection? A lot of people are going to survive it, and some will. Many will not. And when you approach public health, remember I talked about a tension of truths? Tension of truths. With public health, sometimes you want to be concerned about the needs of the many versus the few. You have to be more concerned about the needs of the vulnerable over the less vulnerable, right? That's how public health works. So sometimes you isolate and quarantine and you get a shot. If a vaccine, once it becomes available, you do that not just because you want to be protected, but you also want to protect the people around you. People that, despite doing the best that they can, isolating, hand washing, wearing a mask, and taking a vaccine when it becomes available, some of those people are still vulnerable. People with cancer that are being treated, people with end-stage renal disease on dialysis, people with bad diabetes, those people are vulnerable. And so sometimes you do these things not for yourself, you do it for other people. All right, so let's keep going. So since we're on the subject of vaccines, let's go to December of, oh, by the way, you guys did see where Carrico and Weissman were awarded the Nobel Prize for Medicine for their work in development of novel vaccines using messenger RNA. So let's go to December of 2020, where we actually now have a vaccine. And we're able to get this out to people, but the misinformation goes out as well. And people believe things like that the vaccine causes infertility. It does not. There's even some kind of thing circulating that the vaccine can alter your DNA. It cannot. It's an RNA-based vaccine. It does what the virus does. It gets into your cell, but it gives a message for the cell to make antibodies. If you're going to make a protein, make something useful. And because messenger RNA is inherently unstable, it doesn't hang around. So it's not there changing your genetic code, changing your genetic footprint. It's not doing that. So let's move on to January of 2021, where the United States, this is going to be a little bit sad for me, but I got to get it out. the United States sets a record for the most number of deaths in one day. 4,197 people died in one day in this country. And some of that can be attributed to misinformation around masking. I would like to tell you that it stops there, but it doesn't. Remember how I said pandemics and politics, they don't go well together? So as late as March of 2022, we've been able to gather data where we can clearly see that this is after the vaccine is available. There's excess mortality, so meaning excess deaths among people by party line. More Republicans died, 38% more died than Democrats. The Democrats primarily, they largely took the vaccine, and people who believed news from Fox and company, they paid with their very lives. And I want to tell you, it's not a pretty death. I was there. I saw it myself. These are people that many of them died. Some of them died in denial. Even when we were telling them that they had COVID, they still didn't believe it. Some of them died alone because the infection control measures that we had to take at that time meant that we had to limit who's coming in and out of the hospital, because guess what? We've got patients, but we also got people taking care of them. And what happens when we lose our workforce and there's nobody to take care of the patients? So we had to control the flow of traffic in and out of the hospital. So some of them died alone. This is the worst part, I want to tell you. Some of them died, maybe fortunately they became comatose, but before that, some of them we could not oxygenate them despite our best efforts. So they basically kind of suffocated in fluids. That's a horrible way to die. And that's with us doing everything in our power to help. So I have to tell you, as a physician, I haven't chosen this job because I want one person to do poorly and one person to do well. I want anybody. I don't want my enemy to suffer like this. I feel like that's inhumane. So, all right. So let's just recap. How am I doing with time? Am I still doing okay? All right. Let's just recap. We said that we were going to take a little journey, that we were going to talk about the mistakes that were made. We're going to understand that science is iterative. It's a cycle where you take information, you do your intervention, you analyze the data, you understand what the data is saying, and that becomes the new truth, as difficult as that may be. We talked about how pandemics and politics, sometimes they don't play well together, and we talked a little bit about attention of truths. So where do we go from here? Where are we now with respect to the COVID pandemic? As you know, we've officially declared the pandemic is over. So what that means is that some people who had access to free testing, treatment, and these sorts of things, they won't have that going forward. But there are things that can be done. So I'm going to end as a family doc and ask you, because I know that we have scientists here, I'm going to ask you to get your COVID and your flu shot. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, any questions for me? Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, yes.
Can you put that summary on YouTube or something? It is on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we're live streaming now. It'll be on YouTube on the Free Thought Day YouTube channel. Let's give her another round of applause. That was awesome. Thank you, Candace. So I know I said it was our final speaker, but we actually have one more person here to speak to you, and that's poet and activist Nancy Gonzalez. Nancy joined us last year as our first Chicana poet, and since then she's been recognized as the inaugural Poet Laureate of Lodi, California. Her work has appeared in several journals, including the Poetry of Resistance Voices for Social Justice. She is a member of the Sacramento Poetry Alliance and has taught at public school for 22 years. So let's welcome Nancy Gonzalez.
Hi, thank you all for having me today. I'm really honored to be here. I'm going to start off first with a poem about stars because I know the theme is science, so it's called Citadel of Hope. In the cosmos, your billowing clouds spread, then collapse. Pressured photons dance in a fury. Merging hydrogen and helium ignite, turn into diamond beams that gleam in the vastness of space, revealing secret mysteries. You know, we must become undone to lean into discomfort. Make sure not to cave under the weight of existence. Slowly transform in order to shine, become a citadel of hope. Thank you. The next one I have is, it's called The Language of Lilies, and it's kind of like a love poem in a way. The language of lilies. Trembling side by side, we break open to reveal imperfect fragility. Petals reaching up, wanting, needing something more. We turn to the light. Separate, we sway, dancing, moving with the sweet wind. We seek to hold and be held. We surrender to each other under the Milky Way. We learn the language of lilies. Wild yet delicate, we learn to understand the moments within silence. Tender whispers fill the expanse, the past and future intertwine. Time has a way of undoing us. We become a hymn of wonder, understand we've been granted just a glimpse of this earth. Thank you. Next one is about, I write a lot about women and my culture. I'm Chicana, so I write about immigration and women, and this one is about crossing the border, so it's called Crossing. The desert curls and transforms, the black eyes of the owls screech, dust flecks leave marks. Our tongues cannot name foreboding. Mother holds the broken compass that points north. Her watch ticks away, a snake rattles, fleas on coyotes dance, bones disintegrate, fill the gaps. We spell libertad in the dirt with our fingertips. Watch as bush burns, see a dirty, torn dress, find a roadrunner's feather. Twigs shiver and crack under steel-toe boots. Flashlights claw the black spines, draw blood. She sang a song to her girl in Spanish. Now there is only silence, a dull throbbing, weight that coils and strikes. The bar door thuds shut. She never thought she would be separated from her child. She lies on the cement floor, stones heavy upon her chest. She shivers as goosebumps rise on skin. The taste of metal lingers. The air stings her lungs as she drifts into a nightmare. In the cell, translucent moonlight flames. The fissures, the fracture between mother and daughter. Her daughter is tiny, tucked into a rough blanket, told not to weep by the guards. The girl is thirsty, swallows thick dust. She's hungry but cannot eat. She keeps her eyes down, tries not to be noticed. She cannot stop crying. Above, starlight leaves an offering. A caw crows. The ancestors whisper. They know in crossing there is loss. The next one I'm going to read is about, it's called Foreigner. At one point I felt like a foreigner even though I was born in the United States because it had changed so much so quickly because someone was elected. So, Foreigner. I am a foreigner in my own country. There is torment in the disconnect. I examine the geometries of mountains and plateaus, pass by clamorous rivers. The land remains the same. The land remains the same. In the mirror, reflection, my face is my own. My wide brown eyes, my carefully drawn red lips. The world has changed. The world has changed. I send a letter to a good friend. Wait for an answer that may not arrive. The mailbox is empty. I must fill my own emptiness. I must fill my own emptiness. The dirty laundry piles up. Politicians recite alternative lies on television. Lying has somehow become the norm. I march with millions to protest against injustice, raise my voice. Raids round up unauthorized immigrants to be sent to Mexico. There is an unraveling of fear and hate. There is an unraveling of fear and hate. My soul knows the unsayable. I drive to work and back home, throw things on the ground to see how they fall, pick up wilted flowers, try to revive them, find a dead seagull on a path, blood encrusted with dirt, broken wings hanging. I search for the bearskin essence of light within darkness. I search for the bearskin essence of light within darkness. At the park, a small girl holds a red balloon. She becomes distracted by laughter, lets go of the string, watches the balloon float to meet the sun. I want to peel the sun, lay my fingers on impermanence. I want to peel the sun, lay my fingers on impermanence. Rays illuminate a thick black arrow tattooed on the cashier's forearm. I want to follow the arrow to where it might take me, so I may arrive at the unseen, become connected. I'm a foreigner in my own country. The land remains the same, yet my world has changed. Memory filters through lace wings, though those I thought I knew have become strangers. Thank you. So the next one's pretty personal. It's about my inability to have children. I am lucky though because I have several children in my life. I do teach second grade, so I've had many students. So this is called Serenade. I become Earth's remembrance of everything. Crevice skin of red rock, endless pregnant season, toothless silence. I want to understand this world, your scars. Stay cradled by tree arms, delve in splinters. My womb is filled with clay, barren it throbs. I want to say many things, but my words are trapped in caverns where bats hide from redundancies. No one told me of the gritty essence of the residue that settles. Black star dying, innumerable deaths in this life. We have come here to the waters. We are he and she, or man and woman, scent of copper and jasmine. We sip smoldering gravity. Separated space fills a serenade in golden afternoon. Unborn twin sob, otherworldly whimpers. Timeless, they can be heard by the bees and ants. They enter this wasteland we inhabit. Nameless, they will remain my infants. Adrift, we are, come to me, I am alone. Wild horses, turn over the headstones. Take my ovary, spine, and skull. Take the truth I search for and crush leaves in the fading contrails of fading light. Thank you. And this is my last one. So I really, I enjoy all history, but I really love Zapata and Frida. They're two very big historical figures in Mexican history, which I started studying in college. So they did not live at the same time. However, I thought, what if they did meet? So this is called Zapata and Frida. By chance, they meet at a bar. She drinks tequila shots. She wants to be life itself. He caresses his gun. He longs for uprising. He strokes his mustache, his wet lips glistening. She touches her bra, her eyes aflame. They speak of monkeys and flowers, of war and borders. In the corner, they become the world itself, spinning off axis. They laugh loudly and don't notice people staring. Take me away, she says. She places her hands on his face, studies his indigenous features, examines his eyes. I know you, she says. I've known you all my life. You will cause my slow death. She unbraids her hair. Her pink ribbons fall to the tierra. He takes off her embroidered dress. He places his hands upon her small breast. They devour each other's skin, thrusting in precise piercing, moaning until night turns into brightness. There are no promises made upon the wet grass. After she places her head upon his chest and hears the drum of his heart, you will remember me, she says. They ride horses through Morelios near sugarcane fields. It's better to die on your feet than live on your knees, he says. Death knocks on my door, she says. I have no mercy, he says. Please have mercy on me, she says. The next time they make love, she unhinges him, touches the wilderness with abandon. Hunger drives them deeper into the topography of vermilion desire. An eagle sits on a cactus and watches them dance to corridos. She pushes him close with her rebozo. We are home, she says. That night she has a dream. She's in the forest alone. She is a deer and arrows puncture her flesh. She awakes sobbing and gasping, paint splattered upon her face. She reaches for him. No llores, he says. I want to be your soldadera, she says. He vanishes in the middle of the night. He leaves her a rifle with a rose in the barrel. She takes her brush and paints. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Nancy. I hope you all had a fun time today. We have come to the end of our programming, so thanks to all of our volunteers again who worked so hard out here in the heat of October to make this entire weekend happen. And let's thank the sponsors one more time as well for supporting today's event. And also, we want to thank everybody, of course, who donated, especially those who supported us today. So thank you so much for that. Please also join me in thanking Jamie, Ben, and Alexis for being our photographers, Bruce Gleason for his videography services, Panera Bread and the Courtyard Marriott for their discounted food and lodging, Mariam Masavi for entertaining us last evening, James Courtney for drawing caricatures, and Andy Swan for his role as Uncle Sam, Paul Weirin for the design of our t-shirts, Social Impact for assisting with our essay contest, and of course everybody who entered, and Sacramento's Big Day of Giving for helping us with early fundraising and all of our big dog donators, as well as all the people and organizations that donated to our silent auction and our door prizes. Whew, that's a lot of people because these events don't just happen without us. Let's thank also Senator Nancy Skinner for being an advocate for in line with our core values. And now, how about one more round of applause just for everybody, our speakers, entertainers, authors, podcasters, scholarship winners, and everybody. So.
Thank you, and let's all thank our MC, Trace Dominguez. Got an Uno Dos a Trace right here at the state capitol. How about that? Before you leave, please visit Becky at our registration table for some last-minute donations, book sales, and some free stuff that we don't want to take back. Stick around if you'd like to help, and if you are one of our signed-up volunteer people, please come and see me right around here in about 5 minutes. Now, I know a lot of you are eager to help, and I really appreciate that. I want to make sure that we do it in an organized manner. So if you're here to help us out, that's great. Please just don't start tearing stuff down. We got to put it all back the way that it came. I hope all of you drive home safely, and I want to see all of you back here on the weekend of October 5th and 6th, 2024. Thank you all for joining us at California Free Thought Day.